presentation last night.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There we go. Welcome to day 2 of the 33rd Headwaters Conference. Let's hear it again for last night's speakers. Ziemer, Lopez, Whiteskunk, Melissa Nelson. Indeed, and they're here today throughout the day with willing brains and hearts for conversation between sessions. And again, so grateful. And I just, a couple quick points. One is that really when Ziemer was speaking to the notion of the earth needing humans. A lot of conservationism and environmentalism is about doing less bad, right? Even the rhetoric of movements, important tactics, but not necessarily inspiring rhetoric. Shrink your carbon footprint, reduce, right? Reuse, recycle, leave no trace. Again, important tactics, but as a narrative of the human place in the universe, not very inspiring. It's the idea of being needed. And learning from diverse cultures and ways of knowing about what that looks like to be needed. And talking with Melissa on stage and being reminded of Enrique Salmon, who spoke from here at Headwaters once. He talked about humans as a keystone species. When we really learn from indigenous land practices. So land back really becomes about not just physical land going back, as Melissa mapped out last night, but also, as Melissa said, a certain view of what land is back. It's not just property, a certain view of what ownership could look like back, owning a responsibility, not a right to land, right? Language back that connects with an understanding of land in a certain way. And so something, blank back, all the things that land can mean, you can fill in that blank throughout the day. And on the drive here, Rick Chavoya and Ziemer and Melissa and I were talking about a sense from the questions last night that a lot of folks here are kind of looking for permission to be on this land, right? Land that's stolen through displacement, permission to even be in a conversation without crossing boundaries, without intruding on Indigenous knowledge. If you're non-Indigenous, what does permission look like? And I think that's something that needs to be kept as an open question throughout the day. But I think I can at least give you permission to ask questions about what does it mean to give yourself permission to be part of this conversation. As Winona LaDuke said 10 years ago at a keynote here, we all have a right to be here, right? And so with that, I want to open the day. We're so honored to have a great poet, a student, but much more than a student, a leader in our MFA in poetry program, Jarrett Ziemer. Welcome, Jarrett. Let's all welcome Jarrett.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for that introduction. This idea of land back. Thank you for having me today and letting me share my voice and my thoughts on this. I'm really excited to be here and nervous, but thank you so much. And thank you to the Headwaters conference organizers. I know a lot of work goes into this. And also thank you to those of you in Gunnison listening, and thank you to those of you watching on Zoom and being present. I know in 2022, our attention is probably the most valuable commodity we have. So I really appreciate it. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person today, but I'm zooming in from my home in the Snoqualmie Valley in Western Washington. And I'd also like to thank the Snoqualmie people. It's really an honor to get to live in this valley. It's such an inspiring place. So yeah, it is an honor to be here and to get to share my voice and my truth with you all, as the youth say. When I was offered this opportunity to share a poem about land back, I spent a lot of time considering the approach that I would take, and what that meant to me. I think the land is very present in my work, and in a lot of ways, I think my voice was given to me by the land. But I do believe the idea of land back is much more than the idea of land as a physical space, and getting it back to the rightful owners. Although I think that's a huge part of it in righting those wrongs of colonialism. But I really like to consider today the idea of separation that colonialism has created in society, and maybe the idea of how we can move forward from that. So I'll start with a little anecdote. I'm biracial. So many people see the world in black and white for a lot of different reasons. But for me, it's much more complicated than that. So my paternal family, my grandfather's family came from Germany, and my grandmother, her roots are in the indigenous people of Oklahoma and France. And then my maternal side is a little bit more straightforward. So my mother met my father in California, and her family had moved there in the 1950s from Alabama, escaping segregation. And yeah, so scholars today call that move the Great Migration, which I think kind of makes it sound pretty, like this idea of birds moving across the land. But really, it's, for me, the visual is my uncles and aunts and my grandmother loading up in the back of a bus, because that's where they were forced to ride, and moving to California, to the unknown, because at that time the unknown felt safer than the known world, right? So that's to say, yeah, my maternal roots are in slavery, but I'm telling you this to tell you that being biracial is really complicated for me. Growing up with these races and place and land and ideas and cultures all coming together in one person kind of made the world feel like an unsafe place in a lot of ways, and made society feel unsafe. And I often found myself like looking outside of myself in society and my family and friends for these answers. And I found a lot of those answers, and I still do to this day, in the land. I think solace and comfort and safety in places that I'm allowed to feel safe in the land it's all there. But really, I think the most important thing I find out there is this idea of togetherness, and really what it means to be biracial to me, and what it means to be a human, I think, is this idea of togetherness, and this idea of entanglement. The land, the planet, the people, it's really all we have, right? When you're out there experiencing the earth with your feet in the dirt, you see the water and the land and the plants and the animals, and you realize that we're all a part of this and not separate. And I think colonialism and racism, these things that are bred from fear of losing power, they're driving a wedge between us as people. And I think it can be really hard to move forward if we're not moving forward in the same direction, if we're not moving forward together. Yeah, so thank you for listening to my rambling. But with all that in mind, I'd like to read a poem today about togetherness, about maybe opening ourselves up, and about moving forward together. So let me get the poem ready. It's Prepositional Phrases Like Movement. That's the title. Just one second. All right. Prepositional phrases like movement. The definition of preposition: a word governing and usually preceding a noun or pronoun and expressing another word's relation or element, often indicating movement. When there is movement. But what if there is no movement? What if I sit here, the dark interior of a country, like a ship going nowhere good? What if the space I create is allowed to move no direction, stays trapped against these wood walls? What if the air I breathe and words I write become putrid, same space carbon filtered for days, exhaled nothings? What if my parents were right? My parents were right. What if her parents were right? What if poetry is a waste of my life? I remember the day I decided to exhale air this way as a poet. It was the day a teacher asked me if I existed. I think she wanted a new thought, that I was like the land, a part of it, not separate, a part of the blanket the earth had breathed, and to think what it meant for me to take my own space up, like soil that had been misplaced and is now taking space as the dirt beneath my fingernails. But all I could think was that I had to pee the last hour, and she had ignored my plea, held me against my will, oppressed my insides. And also that the shirt she was wearing, a black fist clenched, power, solidarity, meant to empower others, meant movement, meant nothing wearing her, meant no moving blue, still steel eyes, and not just because she had pale skin, and was supposed to wear me like movement, was supposed to remind me that I was like dust floating across the earth, or could be, was supposed to remind me I was more than dirt trapped beneath fingernails, was everywhere, a part of the earth, or could be, but instead reminded me of insides clenching, reminded me of the feeling of flooding, filling, of an explosion holding, like the feeling of being caged in a ship with no way out, blooming fabric catching wind, buried bodies, empty bellies, the full belly of a boat sailing, damp hulls, walls cracking above tide showing, thin slivers of light revealing souls just searching for light. No release, just the new clenching of a new truth, a separation from the them, the old you, the old land, the motherland, the land, except the new dirt under nails that would be there the rest of their lives, the rest of our lives. So all I could think at first, sitting there with my teacher holding my bladder, me holding my bladder like she taught me with tight sips of stale air, was that if I was wholly a part of the earth, a part of not separate from this world, this land reaching through putrid growing air to the sky, if the earth had given me a voice, there would be more bathroom breaks on this ride. But also that good, honest people say there has been movement, you aren't in a ship. Say a light-skinned black man has been president, see the black fist painted, the white shirt, say that black fist clenched like your bladder, a tight rope is yours, walk it. See, you have money, you have job, you have safety, you can purchase a bit of this earth back, the rates are going up and you'll never really own it or a goddamn thing, but don't you see the dirt under your nails today is yours for free, and with a little cash, maybe one day the rest of it could be. They call it opportunity. I call it inequality. I do not see safety. I see warfare, gentrified streets. I see capitalist inflicted poverty. I see the land dying through these fires in the summer. I see this land crying snow in the winter to be set free. I see slavery, work like slavery, life like slavery, and death like slavery, land held like slavery, like making money for a system to spend into a system that hates me. Hates us, white and black and brown, all of us slaves to the system, a part of and separate, never equal, and just wanting to be free. All I see is a clenched fist and fear of downcast people opening it, opening palms into prayers, like my fear of writing words like this, like prayers, my fear of representing or not representing an idea, a movement, a movement, 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 forward movement, there has been none. What is a fist? Your fist without movement against the idea of a government like a gun. Movement is not even a proposition. There are no prepositions here because movement is not a clenched fist. There's nothing for a closed fist to hold, not hands, not lands. See, there is nowhere for dust in this closed hand to go. Movement is opening hands, holding open hands, colors bleeding from every woman and man pressed together, holding prayers, no explosions, no release, no wars, no guns, no need to write poetry that means anything, no need to write poetry that means anyone, no need for this loss, no need for new ideas, just the oldest idea, as old and clear as the first us walking on this earth in fresh air, the oldest idea, the first thing you felt the moment you were born and your mother took you in her arms. It is there, it is here, and it is not fear. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate this opportunity.
Jarrett Ziemer, everyone. Let's give him one more really warm. Jarrett, with your permission, I'm going to be quoting you on "There is nothing for a closed fist to hold for the rest of my life." Thank you for that. Incredible.
No problem.
And I think, thank you. And thank you for the permission to stop movement sometimes, right? So that we can then open that fist and move together. Really powerful, compelling, soul stirring stuff. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We're going to, before our first panel, not just think historically, but think contextually. We have Rick Williams and Rick Waters. Rick Waters from the Denver Indian Center. Rick Williams retired about 10 years ago, but he's not retired. He's re-engaged and very engaged, but he, for 15 years, was the CEO of the American Indian College Fund and now does so many things that they will both share with you the work that they're engaged in. But I think it's important to note that they didn't just want to offer a multi-tribal history of the homeland on which we find ourselves having these conversations. They wanted to offer more of a context of Colorado multi-tribal homeland. So let's welcome Rick Waters and Rick Williams.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Rick Waters. I am Kiowa Cherokee, originally from Oklahoma, currently director of the Denver Indian Center. And I've been living here in Colorado since 1984. And I know the title, I think, and it was a good introduction, is History of the Homelands. But before that, I want to thank John and others with Western. I think this conference is very important and very needed at this point in time with all the discussion about land acknowledgements, land back, and all of that. But I'm just going to take a few minutes right here, more of an intro into Rick Williams and what he will present with respect to history of Colorado and in somewhat the context of really understanding. And I think our comments, maybe they picked a couple of old guys to talk about history because we lived it maybe a little bit. But with that said, we want to add to the conversation of land back and land acknowledgements with some of the points that we make. Colorado is very unique and rich in its history, and we'll touch on some of that. We've coined the phrase here in the Denver area, Front Range, crossroads of Indian country. And I'll touch on that a little bit later as part of the slideshow presentation. But you have to know where you're going. You have to know where you've been. And I think that's a little bit about understanding history. Many of you probably remember Will Rogers, American Indian Cherokee from Oklahoma, probably would have been president if he hadn't died so young. But one thing that he said is history ain't what it is, it's what some writer wanted it to be. Okay, all of us are still learning. All of us are still learning about the true history of this country in particular. And that's kind of what Rick will cover a little bit here in Colorado. And that's part of that. You have to know where you've been to know and get where you're going. We can't change the past, but we can always go forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rick, and he will provide some basic information and some I think it's very interesting because it is around the true history. And Will Rogers' quote of what some writer wanted it to be, We are in the position now to correct history to some degree, not revisionist history, but to correct history going forward. And, most of us, we were basically influenced by what was written by non-Indians. Okay. So with that said, I'm gonna stop right there because I'll start rambling, and I will turn it over to my friend, mentor, colleague, Rick Williams.
Oh, medako yapi, lelon betu ki lila washtelo. Mia malakota na ake shaela. I'm Oglala Lakota and Cheyenne. My Lakota name is Tallbull. And I've lived in Denver off and on for 53 years. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about, my family history real quick. I'm Oglala Lakota. I'm Cheyenne, both Northern Cheyenne. We come from the glamorous on our white side of our family. We come from the glamorous region of the Champagne region of France. On the dark side of our white family, we come from a small, dark village in Transylvania. I'm just kidding. We're not vampires. So, you see, when you think about history and you think about, the first thing you have to do is identify, what do people call themselves? And of course, our preferred way of identifying ourselves as our nations, the nations that we belong to, the nations that we may be descendants of, the nations that we may be citizens of. And there's clearly a distinction between those, and I wanted to acknowledge that. So, I always get that question, well, what do you guys call yourself? Well, sometimes we call ourselves Indians, sometimes we call ourselves American Indians, sometimes we're called natives, sometimes we're called Native Americans, sometimes we're called Indigenous, and recently we've been called something else, and of course, native creatures, recently by a CNN person. If you want to do the scientific terminology, the anthropological term that best describes us is autochthonous. And so I think that, it's clear that there's a lot of different ways to acknowledge who we are. My preference for many, many reasons is American Indian, but the primary reason is it's a legal term. If you would have looked at the recent Indian Child Welfare Act, the arguments, the oral arguments and the transcripts, you will see that only the term American Indian is used because it is the legal term to define who we are. The other thing is, all us old timers, I've been through that era, where we were, when I went to college, when I got there, I was an American Indian. And when I left, the sociological term was American Indian. And then somewhere along the line, we became Indigenous and nobody told me. So, I'm still struggling with identity sometimes, but I know who I am and I know who my people are. Can I have the next slide? Chief Whitehorse was a leader of the dog soldiers in Colorado. He was my great-great-grandfather, and he would settle and have winter camps. Now remember, we were mobile people. We were moving around all the time. And his place to winter was by the Cherry Creek and North Platte confluence, which we know that American Indian people, our ancestors, have been transversing that area for somewhere between around 15 to 25,000 years ago. And it's quite possible that every native nation or the people who came to America, or where they came from under the ground, it's quite possible at one time they left footprints in Colorado. So I think Colorado is one of these areas where it's really difficult to define whose land is it? I always ask that question. Whose land is it? Now, on the other hand, you know, when we start defining whose land is it, we run into some problems because, and we start telling the truth, we run into some problems. We get attacked by they say that, well, you guys are advocating the critical race theory. And I think about that and I think, what? I'm not promoting any theories. I'm telling the truth. And so perhaps CRT would be better described for us, at least, as critical truth reality. We're telling the truth about the past. We're telling the truth about what happened. And sometimes that means you have to change the narrative. So for us to change the narrative, we have to think about other terms. You know, one of the terms that I don't like to use is white people. But, you know, what are my alternatives? I don't like to use settlers because that's not an accurate term. Very few of the people who came into Colorado were settlers. Pioneers, I don't know about that one. What I do know is that there were a lot of invaders. There were a lot of trespassers. There were a lot of illegal immigrants. You know, so when we think about terminology and we think about history, those are the terms that are used in the textbooks, in the history books, in the classrooms, and until we can change that narrative to get an accurate portrayal of who we were and who the people were who were coming here, it's going to be difficult. And that's part of our job, I think, as educators, is to move through the course of history. Next slide, please. So if we want to know about the longest inhabitants who were here the longest, we have to go back to Mesa Verde and the Puebloan people who came into the Colorado area many thousands of years ago. And so, and you see in this picture, you can see what a brilliant civilization they had. And I think that's the other thing that people don't recognize, is that Indian people were very complex and had governmental systems and things. You know, we were pretty well advanced. So let's go to the next slide. This is an interesting fact. The Indian Intercourse Act of 1834. So Congress in 1834, because I think they were a little embarrassed about what they were doing with removal of Indians, and you know, they were, you know, you get the Trail of Tears and the real sad history back east where tribes were just being moved and displaced from their land. So they thought, well, we're going to do something different going forward. So all of the land west of the Mississippi and some of the land east of the Mississippi was declared to be Indian country, which meant that all of the land belonged to Indians. It was titled in Indian name. And one of the provisions of this act was that no person could come into this territory without a trader's license. The trader's license cost $25,000 back then. It was a lot of money. Military people could come and build forts, and people could cross our land. And if you came and you tried to stay in our land, you got fined. You were supposed to get fined $1,000 and removed. And so we were governed by this oversight by the United States government, and they were trying to protect our land. And it was just a failure, because, you know, it's just a matter of time before the land that we're talking about that we want back was taken, and even though it was protected by federal law, it was still taken illegally. Next slide, please. Okay, so one of the things that we want to know about Colorado, the inhabitants, the autochthonous people of Colorado, is they were a very important part of the buffalo culture, whether it was the Utes, the Comanches, the Kiowas, the Lakotas, the Cheyenne. They were all part of this symbiotic movement of animals from the north to the south, and the people moving with them and traveling with them. Now, there's one error in this slide, and it says up to 7 million buffalo roamed the Great Plains. It's more accurate if we said 70 million buffalo roamed the Great Plains. And all of the tribes, all of the nations that lived in Colorado had some kind of relationship with the buffalo. Next slide, please. The buffalo was our economy. And, you know, I oftentimes ask the question when we're talking amongst ourselves, was land more important or was the buffalo more important? And because we know that the land continues to exist, but our relatives, our brothers, the buffalo are, you know, are still facing a challenge to survive and continue to live on this land. So, you know, I guess when you think about land, for us, you have to think also about that relationship with Mother Earth and the buffalo and the plants, the chokecherries, the timpsilas, all of the plants, the kinnikinick, all of these plants played a very integral role in our survival and our economies. And I think when they began to destroy the buffalo, they really got to where they could defeat us as people, and in turn reduce our land base. Next slide, please. So, you know, I think this is one of those really special slides. A good friend of mine named Marty Redbear did this probably 40 years ago. And one of the things that a lot of people don't necessarily understand is the unique symbiotic spiritual relationship with the buffalo. In our creation story, we came out of Cave of the Winds in the Black Hills only after the buffalo had come out before and were living on the top of Mother Earth, and we were having a hard time. They asked us to come and live with them, and they said they would take care of us. And we also know that both of us came from another world, that we were brought here and we were placed underground in the Black Hills and evolved from there. I think biologists are talking about the way this would have worked would have been something called autopiosis. So, you know, there's contemporary realities to our stories about origin inside the earth. Next slide, please. What I want to make sure we recognize this, that there are still 2 Indian reservations in Colorado, and these are both Ute reservations, the Southern Utes and the Ute Mountain Utes. But also I wanted this map up here so you could see the territory that was recognized by the federal government. Now, this is not the entire map of the Ute territory, because it extends quite a ways to the south that's not on this map. And so, and the other thing that I think is important is the removal of the Northern Utes. The bands of the Northern Ute were removed from Colorado. And again, highly dishonorable, questionable, illegal activity to remove those people. And the continuing challenges of the Ute people have their reservations diminished time after time again. And the processes, how it happened, are just horrendous. Next slide, please. When we think about the state of Colorado and treaties, remember I mentioned the 1834 Act. Well, after that, they started basically identifying land boundaries or bases for the tribes. And in Colorado, there were 7 American Indian nations that had land via treaty that guaranteed them this land forever. And these tribes were up in the upper left hand in the green were the Shoshones. If you go down to the one in the orange and the pink and the purple and the green in the bottom and the left hand side of the screen, that was all Ute land. And you know, if I'd had an opportunity to juxtapose that against what was here today, or where they live today, you would see these 2 small reservations in the southwest corner is all that's left at the entire state. And then you have to ask your question, whose land is it and why are they not here? The other tribes were on the big orange areas, the Cheyenne and Arapaho. That land base goes all the way up to Casper, Wyoming, along the Continental Divide, back out along the South Platte River to where the North Platte River comes out of Colorado, parts of major part, a third of Nebraska and part of Kansas. And you can see the boundary line on the bottom. Now, the purple area would have been the Kiowas, the Kiowa Apaches, and the Comanches. And they all held a treaty called the Medicine Lodge Treaty of 1867. And that's where they they still have legal rights to this land according to that treaty. But that, again, when we talk about land back, this is what we need to envision about whose land is it. Next slide, please. Now, this is where it gets crazy because when you try to identify land and you go back in history, and you have to be a pretty good cartographer and understanding and looking at maps. If you look at this, you'll see kind of a convoluted map where you see Iowa and Missouri, and so we run into things like territorial governments and territorial things. In Kansas, for example, went all the way from the east side all the way to the Continental Divide in Colorado was Kansas territory for a long time before Colorado came to be. And then I think you also have to think about the fluid movement of all of these tribes, the Cheyennes and Arapahos, the Kiowas. All of them are constantly moving in this entire area over a period of time. Next slide, please. One of the things I really wanted to talk just a little bit about was when we have encounters of cultures and one culture assumes to be the superior culture, they do everything they can to demonize the other society. They call them savages, they call them hostiles, they call them ignorant, they call them lazy. And in reality, one of the things that, there's a term called the ego alien impulse. It's a historical term where one people who may have ill feelings towards themselves, when they meet another people, they'll project those feelings onto another group. And you see that happening with the clash of cultures between the people that came from the east with the tribes in the west. The Council of 44 was one of the most sophisticated forms of governance in the country at that time. Probably in Indian country, at least, it was second only to the Iroquois Confederacy. As you can see that there were 10 bands. Each band had 4 representatives to the main governing body. And then there were 4 other positions. One of them belonged to the keeper of the sacred hat, the other one to the secret of the sacred bundles. The head chief, the one who was selected to lead all of these people, he oftentimes was called the sweet medicine chief. And then, interestingly enough, they would add a person from outside of their tribe so that they could get a different perspective from other nations. Now, anytime any kind of business what took place within this circle of the Council of 40, if it was a major issue, let's say that whether or not they wanted to give land up or surrender any land, it would come to the Council of 44, and they would discuss it. But they would also, on the outside circle, you'll see the different societies. And each one of the societies took care of a different responsibility. In order to get full consensus, even though the head chiefs would make a decision, they would take it back to each one of those societies for confirmation. And this is such a beautiful way of dealing with this. Now, one of the things that you don't see within this is what was a woman's role? And the women's role was that when these guys were making decisions, they would always say, before they made it, let's sleep on it. And that is a clue to mean that they had to go back to their homes and talk to their spouses, because they knew that despite them being out front like this governing, that they needed to have a harmony in their homes, because the women owned the homes. The women owned that part of the nation. And so you don't see it on paper. And the reason you don't see it on paper is because anthropologists did not talk to Indian women. They only talked to Indian men. And I have to vouch for Indian men as having very big egos and will only talk about themselves. I know that's true. So just remember that all of the stuff that you see in a lot of these interpretations of these documents come from a single sole source of interaction. And if you want to read the counter, there's some good stuff out there. Water Lily is a good book to understand the women's role in society. I just wanted to share this with you so you could help you understand. The other thing, and this is something that is not well known, but it's true. The Northern Cheyennes, meaning the northern bands of this Council of 44, never signed a treaty, not once. And yet they gave up 53 million acres of land with never signing a treaty. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit, this you can see the area of the land that belonged to the Cheyennes and Arapahoes, a dark area in Colorado. You can see how vast it was. And they were constantly moving from the north to the south, following the buffalo herds. And they maintained peace with the Kiowas and the Comanches. The Lakotas were really, they were all fairly cordial with each other. Now the Utes would come, the Utes were not necessarily friendly to any of those bands, and so there was always conflict. But conflict wasn't war. Stealing horses wasn't war. Counting coup on somebody wasn't war. Yes, we had conflict with each other, but we also had cordial relationships with each other. Next slide, please. As we got moved into the reservations and were corded off from the rest of the United States, one of the things that the United States government decided to do, because remember the policy in America was they had to get rid of the Indian. And from about 1855 till Wounded Knee at 1890, one of the primary emphases of elimination was extermination by the military. The military did more harm to destroying Indian people than any other form of the government. But then on top of that, you have acculturation, assimilation, and relocation and termination. And you end up finding ways to take the children away from the people and take the Indian child and make him an American. It was very destructive. You see these little Indian boys and girls in here, they would have had long hair and braids. They would have had moccasins. And you see them, you see any of them, you see one happy face. That's pretty indicative of what was going on with them. Not one happy face in this whole bunch. It's sad to see that the United States government was so intent on destroying and getting rid of Indian people that it was pathetic. There were two Indian boarding schools in Colorado. Next slide, please. I'm going to let Rick finish this up. I will close with saying that we, all of us, are an invasive species on Mother Earth. And unfortunately, 50 years ago, when people my age had an opportunity to start the process to rebuild that relationship with Mother Earth, we failed. And if we continue to fail, if the younger people, the people here today, don't understand the importance and the magnitude of the problem, it's not, Mother Earth doesn't care about us. She's going to take care of herself because we're the invasive species. We're that bacteria that's killing her. We're the source of the problem for her, and she's had it with us. And we don't have a lot of time, So in a lot of ways, land back, it really means land back to Mother Earth. Oh, Palami, thank you, Rick.
I'm going to try to be brief, but wrap this up. And I think Rick does a very good job, and just in a short period of time of kind of opening eyes and giving people thought to do more research. In 1963, John F. Kennedy said, American Indians are the most misunderstood and least understood group of Americans. And that's the definition of invisibility. Invisibility is our biggest challenge. So when you look at where we are today, we are trying to break down that invisibility as a people. And to do that, you have to be advocates for yourself, for your community, for your tribe, and not only to the non-Indian community, but to ourselves. We have to know where we've been and where we want to go. I mentioned Crossroads of Indian Country, Denver and the Front Range in Colorado. The 2020 census indicated there were 100,000 plus self-identified American Indians in Colorado. And at the Denver Indian Center, on average, we will see over 90 different tribal representation come through our doors in the course of a year. We made light of it a little bit earlier, and I'm glad Rick pointed it out around how we identify ourselves. And that's that misunderstanding in our community to a degree. A little lightheartedly, I'm of that era where kids played cowboys and Indians. Nowadays, it's bovine administrators and indigenous people. So, if you don't know who you are, you can't determine and you can't define and you can't educate those around you, and breaking down that misunderstanding and not understanding who we are. So what's happening here in Colorado, we're fortunate to live in a state that is progressive to some degree. Our legislature is involved in many bills and recently passed. The mascot bill was passed. Missing murdered Indigenous women bill was passed. Right now, the hunting rights, I think, is on the floor and being discussed. And of course, the most recent right now is the renaming of landmarks. All of that is tied to breaking down, again, that invisibility of where we are today. And it's tied to land back. And it's not necessarily, again, the physical, tangible giving land back, but it's giving back who we are, not only to ourselves, but to everybody else. More current, we're doing a lot of things. Rick and I do a lot of presentations to groups, and especially during the month of November. So we're recovering in a sense from everybody wants to hear you talk about Indians and show your culture and tell things during the month of November. But I open up those conversations is every month is Native American Heritage Month. Every day is Indigenous Day for us. And so with that said, I want to promote that we are a very proud people and a unique people. And everything inherent within us is tied to the land. Just one quick announcement, and it's tied to Indians today. Here in Colorado, the Denver Indian Center, we are part of an event, an activity with the Denver Nuggets. Everybody heard of the Denver Nuggets. This Saturday is Native American Heritage Night with the Denver Nuggets. And to me, that's, again, one of those small steps of educating the community that Natives are still here. And if you can make it down there, or you make it up here from the Western Slope or come into Denver on Saturday, you'll actually see Rick Williams start off the game with the first shot. They call it the first shot. He's going to represent our community and starting the game off with shooting a free throw. So I'm going to stop right there, and I really appreciate the invitation, and I really appreciate Western and all that they're doing to break down that invisibility and bring education to our community. I hope.
Thank you, Rick and Rick. Let's offer them one more round of applause. We do have time for a couple of questions. I would say a couple meaning two, and all questions are welcome. So anybody like to ask a question? You can see how swift-footed I am. One of the founders of the Headwaters Conference, our Good Times here for our Good Times.
That marvelous presentation. I wondered if you could speak a little bit about the Indigenous critique that Grable and Wenger talk about in their Dawn of Everything. And that critique is that the Jesuit missionaries from New France would publish in Europe a thing called Jesuit Relations. It's a long title, but that's the short title of it. And it was published for 70 years annually in Europe in the 1600s. And that led, according to this book, The Dawn of Everything, these scholars, through their archaeology and their anthropology, European American scholars, not Native scholars, that it led to an indigenous critique of divine right of kings and led to the Enlightenment, which led to the French and the American Revolution.
That one's a little bit out of my league of expertise. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, I can't answer that one.
I think that's a little above my pay grade too, but I think probably it's tied to obviously the doctrine of discovery, manifest destiny, and that concept. You know, when you look at you know, land, and when you look at American history, U.S. history, it's comparable to Indian history because it's all about land acquisition, power, and all of that. So maybe that's probably some of the beginnings of that thought philosophy.
You know, one of the aftermaths from a historical perspective is, you know, we're supposed to have a separation of church and state. And at some point, as part of the civilization process, churches were assigned by Indian agents to help Christianize American Indians, beginning in about 1830 and continuing until about 1890. Churches were actually given land on reservations. They were allocated land on reservations to Christianize Indians. And if you think about the theologies of what happens when you have Christianity mixed with traditional religious beliefs, there was no way that we were going to win. And so the dominance of that theory of you know, the non-human being has that source from the doctrine of discovery and coming forward. But even more important here in Colorado, it manifests itself in the manifest destiny, which was a bunch of, you know, it was a myth. You know, God would have never done that. God would have never said, you know, it's okay to kill Indians. It's okay to steal their land. It's okay to covet their property, because he gave Christians, you know, these commandments, these instructions, and none of those would have allowed this to happen if the people who were coming here were following true Christianity. So I think, you know, all of that goes back to that whole interaction with religion inside our communities and not being able to retain our religious ways that were critical to us as a people.
We have time for one more question in the back. Speak through the mic.
Hi, I'm Logan Stewart.
From the gut into the mic. There you go.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
My name is Logan Stewart. I just have a question about the Cheyenne Council of 44. I've never heard of something like this before. Is there any like more insight you could share about it? Any like decisions that they made throughout the operation of this type of government?
Thank you for that question, because I think that's the important thing that we know about Colorado and we know about Indians is nobody knows. Nobody knows us. Nobody knows that, you know, in the Fort Wise Treaty, the Council of 44 met before that treaty and they voted not to participate. And, you know, if you want a really good read on the Council of 44, Sheldon Spotted Wolf has a wonderful law review article that you could do some research on it. And then Leo Kilsback has a couple of new books out called the Indian Sovereign, I believe is one of them. But both of those go into great detail about the workings of the Council of 44. And it's very interesting. There's, you know, if you Google it, you'll be able to learn a lot more about it.
Let's thank Rick Williams and Rick Waters. You know, I think when you think about examples like Iroquois Confederacy, the Council of 44, they're examples of governance that I think are post-colonial, right? So land back's not always necessarily about, as Melissa talked about last night, just land and redefining what land is as medicine and so many other things. I think it's also about process of deciding how a community interacts with land, and then ensuring that social ecological system is also a democratic system unique to that place. If anybody can remember the tribe, please let me know. But about 25 years ago, I read about a Northeastern tribe in terms of the gender politics you were talking about, Rick Williams, a Northeastern tribe in which the men would vote on whether or not to go to war, and the women would vote on whether or not the men got weapons. Let's thank Rick and Rick one more time. I'd love to call up to the stage Regina Lopez Whiteskunk, thanking her again for last night and thanking her grandchildren. And Molly Mazel from Montezuma Conservancy, and Doris Dick, welcome to Western. Come on up, everybody. As they're coming up to the stage, this panel's on sort of, what our glorious program go? Cross-cultural interaction in land management. And I was lucky enough, really honored, to be invited to the Mountain Utes Fall event that Regina and her colleagues within the tribe and with Montezuma Conservancy held. And it was incredible to see the collaboration that's possible between something like a land conservancy and a tribal community. So let's welcome the panel for cross-cultural partnerships from San Juans to Four Corners. So. Four corners, huh? Foreign corners, is that what you heard me say? Foreign corners, huh? That's a good joke, Regina. She'll be here all week. Have that mic, Logan.
Good morning.
Check, check. How's the sound on this one? All right. Mic drop later. Is this?
Way hi, oh, hey, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh. Way, oh, way, hi, oh, way, hi, oh, hey, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh. My name is Regina Lopez Whiteskunk. I am of the Uinta and Weeduch band. I'm a member of the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. My mother's also from the Ute Indian tribe, which formerly was known as the Northern Ute tribe. My father is Apahuchi. My mother is Bogigit. My maternal grandmother is Wajich Much. My maternal grandfather is Padilla. What I just said is my father is Little Boy. My mother's name is Long Hair. My grandmother's name is Antelope Woman. My grandfather is the Elk. This is the type of relationship we have with nature. And I'm not going to tell you my Indian name because that's sacred. We never say our own. So, with that being said, I'm going to open up with a few things that is going to lead us into a very important conversation. But first of all, we have to acknowledge my grandmother, Patty Dutchy, the late Patty Dutchy, was the female that delivered my father. But she told us, and she shared within a book with many teachings, she stated, nature held the deepest beliefs they had. From nature, they knew what to do, how to act, how to have their mindset straight, so they can think well and think better towards their people. Nowadays, it seems like they don't care for each other, but at the time, people used to care for each other a lot. We think about the conversations we've had from the evening into today, and we hear a lot of what has been shared. The one thing that I do have to say is that who drew those maps? Just really quickly, shout out, who drew those maps? Church. The key I want is they weren't the indigenous people. They weren't the Native Americans. They weren't the Indians, whatever we may be identifying with. We didn't draw those maps. We are people of movement. We never owned the land. The way we see it, the land owned us. And how we have learned what ownership is has kind of shaped us, shaped the conversations that we have today. Because we're responding to what has been taught to us through many processes. I want to share another, a little piece that my grandmother also shared within a book that has been very pivotal in whenever we do research, we have to have some evidence or concrete writing that is put together by someone who has a lot of education behind them. So we have this book that somebody put together, which is the ethnography of the White Mesa Ute community. And that's the community my grandmother lived in. She told, and I heard this many times, and these are stuff that we hear around our ceremonies. We hear around our dinners and our family gatherings. And they're usually not by people who have 3 letters following their last names. But she used to, I used to hear them, and it sounds so much better in Ute than it does in English. I'm just going to be totally honest. In this book, it's written that she says, "You will carry with you always a little piece of rabbit brush. When fire comes, you will crouch down behind it. It will grow big so that the fire burns over the top of it, and doesn't hurt you. You will carry with you always some little feathers from certain birds. When the floods come, these feathers will grow to become a boat to carry you over the water. Against wind, you will carry with you always a little stone, and your women may cover these with beads to look pretty. When wind comes, these stones will become heavy and hold you down. But against war, I can give you protection, only what is in your heart. You wonder why a lot of Native people wear little medicine pouches, especially women. And if you look in the museums, there's this little pouch that a lot of us women and even some of the men may carry on their belts. And they're really nicely beaded. I used to have it as a part of my dance regalia, and I never understood it. As I began to connect why that story and why we had certain things, I used to have a little bead and a rock in it. And I used to think, every time I bump against something, that always hurts my leg or something. But it's through these stories, you make those connections, you find those values, and you also get those questions answered. So with all of that, I want to take this time and bring us a little closer to some of the conversations that we have been having. And I've had the opportunity to work with some pretty wonderful people. Today I brought with me two wonderful human beings. I don't want to call them colleagues. I don't want to call them anything other than what they truly are. They're great human beings. I have today with me Molly Metzel, who is a woman who walks and a student of the land. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Thanks, Regina. So I'm Molly Mazel, as Regina said. I'm a non-Indigenous person. I'm a first generation Coloradan, third generation in what is now the United States. I come from mostly Eastern European descent. Right now I work at Montezuma Conservancy in Cortez, Colorado. I'm the deputy director there. I've been there for just a few months. I'm a recent graduate of the MEM program here at Western. Being originally from Colorado Springs, the phrase Regina got out of me today. I'm a woman who walks, and I'm a student of the land. And when she first asked me this morning, what would be a phrase that describes me, I didn't have something right away. And I recognize that I don't come from a culture who really, relates to the land, even though I do in my heart. I grew up in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains in Colorado Springs, and always felt part of the land. And I was fortunate to have wonderful parents who took me out on the land and taught me to leave it a better place than when I got there. And so spent a lot of time, that's my happy place, is in the mountains, in the foothills, in the desert, all the beautiful ecosystems of the great state of Colorado. So I'm glad Regina asked me for that today, to kind of make that connection, because I do believe that we all are the land, and it's wonderful to partner with these two people. So that's a little bit of my background. And I'll pass it for Dorsey.
So today I also have with me, and I'm very honored that the Shanman answered my request gracefully, and I can understand why. I also asked him what it is I could introduce him with, and he said, I'm a man of gratitude. So she did.
Hello. Ja, is Christus de mensen, als je denkt, die zeggen, die zien mensen, wat is die, was je zien naast het gebouw, dus je ziet dat ze kinderen is daar naast zat, oh, daar is ze, maar na kijk goed daar naast zat, ze maar Carmelita Rootwood, yeah, she said Rootwood, yeah. Hello, I just told you guys hello, friends, and friends and family, as we say now, she kissed us to man. I'm Red House, born from Bitterwater. My maternal grandfather's name is Ziemer water age, and my paternal grandfather's name is the salt line. My mother's Carmelita Root, my dad is Fred Root. I work for the Juans tribe as a biologist technician, or as a biologist intern. I currently go to school at Fort Lewis for environmental studies. I am Navajo with like a tiny bit Paiute due to couple laws that I put in, I'm like full Navajo, I'm like 15/16 Navajo, and then 1/16 Paiute. So I just started introducing myself in that way, my culture. Mike, I do reside on the English lands and youths, we Noosh, a lot of you guys don't know who's the old youths, so, and a little back, I didn't know, I actually went to the unity museum yesterday on my drive over, and, listening to a couple of old tapes, Northern Youth is comprised of three bands, and so is the Southern Youth before, and she did not show split from them, so it was a Kapoli, Mawatch, and the Wee Noosh at one point, and then she's actually came over, and, came over, it's now known as 12, which is pronounced as Poquea. So I thought it was a pretty cool fact. I didn't know that, even though I am Navajo, I do brush up a lot on my Nooch history. So yeah, I just want to thank Regina. I do work with Molly a lot. We do a lot of projects together. And I want to thank first and foremost Regina for having me out here, for being able to bring me out here and speak on these issues. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. So I had the wonderful opportunity of being asked here several years ago by some crazy bearded man who ran down the aisles in a theater in Paonia, saying, Regina, we have to have you out to Western. I didn't know if I should run or stand still. Brace myself. I stood and braced myself. I just didn't know that this adventure was going to lead me to the stage here several times. And all of that has really brought me full circle to the work that I do. At that point, I was heavily involved with a lot of advocacy, specifically surrounding Bears Ears, and really helping the Indigenous people find their position in the conversation of public lands. Now it's much, much deeper. Now that I've joined Montezuma Land Conservancy, now I'm diving into more conversations and opportunities with public land owners. And all of that has stemmed from a very important project, which the tribe had pretty much brought forth to our organization and asked for collaboration, which is the traditional harvest plan, which we got funded last year. And this is really what has helped bring us to this point of identifying what that connection is and really start talking about the terms that we use in conservation. The language and the conversations that we're using, are they making the interpretation into tribal communities? Are they even making the interpretation into our local home communities? And what is community? Who defines community? And so just really thinking about those types of conversations and confronting them, even though they feel uncomfortable, I really was very pleased to have been embraced in a community and within Montezuma County. How many of you are local to Colorado? How many of you know where Montezuma County is? How many of you know what it feels like to be in Montezuma County? It isn't as friendly as it could be. That's putting it nicely.
Yes.
And so you can imagine the challenges in bringing forth conversations like this. And how do you approach private landowners? If there is one statement that we could say in Montezuma County and freak everybody out, it would be land back. I wouldn't know if we would have a cowboy Indian war on our hands. Literally, that is truthful. But fortunately, when you have a great team and great people that have a good understanding of that climate to be courageous enough to have these conversations, it brings it full circle. And I really want to ask and pose this question to Dorsey first off. How did that feel coming from and living and growing up in the local Ute Mountain Ute community? How did that feel to be going to school in such a realm of environment? And then joining the staff of the Ute Mountain Ute tribe and being engaged in this very, very important project.
Yeah, so first and foremost, I am a stepchild. I will say that, but I do not look at my father as a stepdad. I always looked at him as Shishak, which means my father, shit, and that means mine. And Jarrett, his father. So it's Jarrett. And so I recognize him as my dad. So, you know, he always recognized me as his son. So though I was Navajo and I did grow up in, you know, how you would say you country, you know, I never looked at it as that way. You know, I still grew up with, you know, both Navajo, you know, values, and then I also grew up with youth values. And then I also, to make it even worse, I went to a school that primarily wasn't, you know, in the Native American Indigenous mindset, being so helpful to students, because, you know, every time I went to the classroom, I felt as if I had to prove myself to the teacher that I'm not just another rugrat, I guess you would say. You know, I did take a lot of, you know, classes that were up there, and a lot of the time the teacher, you know, just didn't care to, you know, show me, you know, hey, you gotta watch out for this. So being able to grow up in that environment, being able to, you know, finally be able to prove myself, I guess, to those teachers was finally a point of me being able to, you know, build a relationship not only with the people in the community, but being able to build a relationship with the school as well. You know, after I grew those relationships, I got very well, I guess, known to be able to, you know, speak on behalf of the Native American student body. You know, whether that be one with the superintendent, whether that be one with the principal, and all of that, I got to speak foremost about my community. You know what I mean? When a lot of people think about Toyac, they're like, oh, that's that place, you're from Toyac, you're from that ghetto, you know, you're from that place that's like scary. I'm like, no. I literally can go outside and ride my bike, and then I can go and take a hike up 10 miles if I want to. And a lot of my bros are not, you know, a lot of my friends are not, you know, as hard as you would think, you know what I mean? I grew up and I call these guys brothers. And a lot of these guys got family, you know, that are heavily into, you know, their Sundance, you know, their sweat lodge ways, you know, a lot of their ceremonial ways. So growing up in Toyac as an outsider, first off, and then growing up and going to school with Cortez, I was always going as an outsider, you know what I mean? You know, and then when I wear these buns specifically, they're like, oh, he's a Navajo. He's right off the bat, he's Navajo. You know, and you can tell the turquoise, I'm very much proud to say I am Navajo. You know, I did grow up with, you know, huge ways, which I am very, very proud of as well. You know what I mean? I go to bear dance, I go to Sundance, though I don't participate. And then I also do go to Sweat Lodge. So being able to participate in all these ceremonies, but being able to, you know, advocate for where I grew up is such a huge thing to me. And, you know, it was hard. I'm not gonna lie to you, but, you know, there's a quote that's, you know, I'm pretty sure it comes from a non-indigenous mindset, but it's, you know, creator always gives the strongest people the hardest battles. And I very heavily believe in that. And I come back to my indigenous ways, and I come back to my Navajo ways. There's this thing that's called, we say, which means it's all on you. So no matter what you do, no matter what character you go throughout life, yeah, it's hard, but it's all on you at the end of the day. At the end of the day, it's gonna better you to be able to make better success for whatever it is that you want forward. So it was hard, but now I walk around Toyac and everybody go, hey, that's Carson, that's Craig Boyd, that's Dorsey. You know what I mean? And I love that. I love that very much, you know. And indigenous ways, you know, we always introduce our mom and our dad. It's easy to make that connection and easy for them to be like, oh, that's their boy. And so, and especially going to Cortez, you know, I have a lot of, I call them brothers, you know, but a lot of my non-indigenous brothers will call me their native brother. And I'm like, hey, just throw in that title, just call me your brother. You know what I mean? And I walked around Walmart, and it was funny because I was walking with my grandma, and she's a very, you know, Navajo woman. She got her turquoise on, she got, you know, the stars, she got everything on, and she's like, when we were walking, she said, Tim, man, she said, let's go, son. And we were going, walking into Walmart, and this dude, you know, it was very conservative. He got, you know, the "Don't Tread on Me" t-shirt, he got the blue jeans, boots on, you know, all that. And he's like, "What's up, brother?" And I'm like, "Hey, what's up, bro?" And the first thing he says, I teach him a couple of words, and he goes up to my grandma. It's the funniest thing ever. He goes, and the way he said it was like, and she's like, hey. And he goes, oh, how do you say it, bro? I was like, he goes, and she goes, oh, yeah, and she pulls him in for a hug. And she goes, you know that feels moment? Which means, you know that white boy or that white person? And I was like, yeah, that's my brother. And she was side, and she goes, okay. And so you know, I've been able to create relationships like that with non-Indigenous folks, and, you know, I always welcome, you know, new ideas, even though they're not new ideas, you know, new theories or new, you know, ways of thinking, even if it's not the same as mine. Because at least if we have an understanding of each other, it's easier for me to explain myself and easier for them to explain themselves. Being able to have a connection and an understanding that, you know, most people won't ever have in their whole lives. So that's how I grew up. I grew up in Toyota like that, and then I went to school with Cortez like that. And, you know, I have connections with people I will never ever forget. And that's not only there, but that's being able to connect connection also with our Indigenous peers at that school. You know, a lot of the time our kids are scared there. You know what I mean? They don't want to speak, they don't want to talk, they don't want to put their issues on the forefront, which I very much understand. A lot of people are not strong enough to do that. But if, as long as you give them that voice, or you give them that start, you know, that's something. As long as you go up to them, acknowledge them, and acknowledge their Indigenous ways, or acknowledge who they are as a person, you know, that brings them up to the forefront. And so, Regina, I love that question, you know. I always love telling people how I grew up, you know. I grew up as an outsider, but then I grew up to be an adopted son. You tried to, she would say. So no matter where I go, I'm like, yeah, I'm from Toyota. I'm not you, but I'm still, you know, I'm adopted from there. So yeah, cool thing. Thank you, Regina, for that question. Woo!
Since you've been on board with Montezuma Land Conservancy, what have been the beautiful lessons you have learned within the conversation?
I was drawn to work at Montezuma Land Conservancy because of the work they're doing. I had met Regina here at during my time in Western. I followed Regina's energy, your energy down to Cortez and to Montezuma Land Conservancy. I'd spent a decades plus career in the nonprofit environmental sector, mostly on the Front Range of Colorado. So did a lot of, you know, youth outdoor experiential education, public land stewardship, and I really didn't ever envision myself working at a land trust or a land conservancy. But when I heard about the work that MLC is doing, we can shorten it to MLC, they're going far beyond that traditional conservation piece. And so I really gravitated there to learn more and dive into these lessons. So MLC has been an organization in existence for 25 years. I think our 25th anniversary is going to be next year in 2023. And they've really only broken out of that very, you know, traditional transactional private land ownership and putting land into easements protected from development. They were doing that up until just the last 6-7 years ago, and now they've really branched out into doing community-based conservation and this cross-cultural programs work. And so I guess there's so many lessons, but my experience in the nonprofit sector, it's very linear, it's very regimented. We're getting from A to B. We're going to have as few staff people as possible, which can be very stressful, and trying to just meet these funders' outcomes. And it's always this grand scramble. I think our director called it nonprofit industrial complex. So I really appreciate what MLC is doing to slow down, to build capacity, bringing on a cross-cultural programs manager, Regina, adding administrative staff capacity, but bringing myself on. We're growing our staff so that we have time to do this, to work at the speed of trust, is what Dr. Melissa Nelson said to us yesterday. So taking this time and really working to build those relationships with the U Mountain U tribe, and working with our private landowners that own land that are in conservation easements. And so the traditional harvest plan that Regina mentioned, we're working to get some of our easement holders to provide voluntary access to the tribe so that they can access culturally significant plants on these lands that were previously not accessible to them. And in a really conservative county like Montezuma County, that's pretty bold, I would say. Like really bold. So we've got 75 families who own lands in conservation easements, and we throw out this idea like, hey, who wants to provide voluntary access to the tribe? And we heard from 7 of them. We're kind of stoked. I wish it was a lot more, but you know, from Montezuma County, that felt pretty good. And I think, you know, when there is a lot of pushback, but an organization like MLC is gonna do what's right anyway, you know, bringing on Regina and spending this time to work with the tribe and let them tell us what would be helpful. And then we can use our time and talent to write grants to try to get it going. You know, that's been a huge lesson to me. And just knowing, you know, we can't just conserving land in easements. That's not gonna fix a lot of our problems, right? With, you know, drought and climate change and all these things that are coming down the pike. You know, it's closing off lands from people and just to protect it from development. I just don't think that's the answer. I really believe we need to learn lessons from our Indigenous neighbors of how to treat the land and how to kind of build community around it. So many lessons, but those are some of the kind of big ones and why I'm really happy to be doing this work down at MLC in a tough place to do it, but the place to do it because of our proximity to the reservations.
Thank you, which I think is the biggest part here that I really want to engage in this conversation. Is being brave and bold and feeling the discomfort in the conversation. Many of you have heard me say, if you are not feeling uncomfortable in this conversation, you are not doing the work. But to sincerely embrace that discomfort and understand that you are where you're supposed to be. You're having a conversation that is important. And dealing with terms like community and understanding what your understanding and definition of it, but also understanding that the person sitting at the table or across the room, they have a totally different definition of what community is. And a lot of us take for granted that a word like community, everybody should know. Yeah, we do. It's just that we could have 100 other definitions of what that really means to each of us. And so, you know, I think what we have done, I shouldn't say I know what we have done is bring together a tribal community, which many have seen the maps that have lines drawn around the reservation boundaries. Well, those might be lines on a map, but in reality, it is next to or equivalent to the wall that President Trump was trying to build. We look at that as we cannot cross those lines, let alone do we let very few come in. So there's this travel of knowledge and relationship building that is blocked by those reservation lines and have been for many, many generations. So one of the things I always say is that, you know, just imagine this map is put on a piece of paper with crayons, and let's just blur the crap out of those lines. and let's just deal with each other as human beings. And knowing that each of us has knowledge, each of us will define community a little differently, but also understanding different isn't always to be feared, but rather embraced. And it also not only should it be embraced, but it should really empower each of us to join these conversations fearlessly. And don't be afraid of things like, if I accidentally call you a white guy, and I used to say this to the lawyer that supported the coalition of tribes and barriers, I'd always tell Charles Wilkinson, I said, sir, I'm gonna white guy you, and I don't mean no disrespect. I love you to pieces, but there is no other word I know what to call you. And that's technically exactly what Rick said. You know, that's all we know. In our language, that's the interpretation. When we say, gosh, that's white guy. And it's very much associated to the color. But we don't know anything else. And so, you know, in a way, I think, like Dorothy said, in relationship building, we just learn to build those tolerances. We learn to deal with one another with humor. Humor is the best medicine. And really, just being ourselves has been important. With the cross-cultural work, that I have been brought into with MLC. I think this organization was pretty brave to say we're going to establish this. Last week, we were in a gathering with our board, and then to also do the reshaping of what some of those boards and leadership positions include in terms of that. Some might say it's being introduced, but as Rick mentioned, you know, like the Council 44 and what roles the females play is very important, but it's not documented. Well, it's not that it's being introduced, it's being reintroduced. We are being brought back into this circle, which is a very important place. I look at that work and that position as being very similar to the work of a female. It just hasn't always been definitively defined, outlined, or a part of those organizational makeups. So it was really interesting when Molly had mentioned, you know, to the board, and I didn't even realize it. She said something to the effect that the organization has traditionally dealt with two areas, but now we need to introduce the cross-cultural aspect. And that's where I believe a lot of us need to bring in those important conversations that sometimes don't feel comfortable. Call it introduction, call it reintroduction, call it whatever it is, but bring those changes that will bring a more colorful, equitable environment to the work that we do. How much time do we have? 20 minutes. So I'm gonna leave it at that, and I'm gonna ask if anybody has any questions for either myself or any of the individuals that are on my network.
While folks are thinking about whether to put their hand up, if there's anybody online, I'd love to get a question from the chat. I'm curious, are there any ways in which this partnership, from the point of view of the land trust, has changed what the word land, when you say land trust, has the word land changed for you? Anybody can answer that, of course. Is it evolving through collaboration? Is your view of land evolving?
Yes. And as soon as you asked the question, immediately what I thought of, and I think our conversations over the last couple of weeks as an organization, even in our name, it says Montezuma Land Conservancy. It's very tied to what's beneath our feet. But what we've discovered is, and something that we're talking about more, is it isn't just about the land, because the land has the water flows on the land. It's about the connection and other resources that aren't defined or outlined with just land. I think it's opened up a broader conversation of what those resources may be.
Yeah, I was pointing again at our keynote last night, land is everything. So I think when we're a land conservancy, I think that in that worldview, they're kind of, it's just like parcels, right? But it, you know, it is a whole ecosystem. And in some of our conversations of kind of defining, well, what are we protecting? And I think some staff and board members, well, should we say that we're protecting not just land, but also water and clean air? And I think ultimately we just boiled back down, well, that's all part of it, you know, whatever that piece of land is, it's all encompassing and it's all an ecosystem. So yeah, I think just broadening that beyond the parcels, I think was kind of more, not a light bulb for me, but the realization that we do have to think beyond, you know, parcels of privately owned land, and how can we all kind of be part of it and kind of co-manage and make decisions about this collective land that, yeah, on paper is owned under different checks.
Yeah, I always tie back that, I always ask myself, what is land? You know, a lot of the time in Native American prayers or Native American ways, you know, we always address it as Father Sky, Mother Earth. And, you know, we don't look at it as land. We always tie it back to, you know, the land that gives us who we are, you know. And a lot of our ceremonies, we don't technically own our bodies. We don't own any of what we have, you know. In Navajo, we very, very much cherish turquoise, but a lot of the time it's not ours, you know. We always are asked in every aspect if the ceremony comes up, or you know, if someone's in a time of need and they need your turquoise, you're supposed to give it willingly because you never own any of it. And even in some Sundance ceremonies, I have rows of local nations that talk about you only give the thing that you own, which is a piece you just give back to Mother Earth. And being able to, you know, tie back those life connections and being able to see that is such a huge thing for me. Because growing up, you know, I always grew up with understanding of, you know, Mother Earth is going to take care of you as much as she wants to, but unless she doesn't want you, she can keep you with her. And I very much understood that concept. And growing up now and seeing what's going on in the world, you know, I always grew up watching the news as a kid. I was kind of one of those nerdy kids that grew up with his grandpa, and like grandpa always had the news on, and he didn't care if it was Fox, CBS, even if it was Think Tank watching legislation going on. I was sitting there watching it with him, and like I always grew up with that innate fear, you know, that you know something's always going on bad in the world. And I'm just like, geez, man, is it really like this? And he's like, it's just the way of the world. But you know, if I can educate you on it at this age, maybe you can educate others at the same age to be able to share what's going on in this world. I mean, I went to a conference, you know, in Denver one time, and I was sitting there. I had told my principal, he's like, "What'd you do this morning? What'd you watch?" I was like, "I turned on CBS News." He was like, "Really? You're how old are you watching that?" And I was like, I wanted to see what was going on. Something was going on with the war. I can't remember it. You know, I always tie back that line connection with our ceremonies. I always tie back the ceremonies of Mother Earth. I always tie back, you know, Mother Earth. You know, we all come from the womb of Mother Earth, as you say. And being Navajo, it's very much a big thing. It's not rated, but we, you know, we're a matriarchal society. Who our mothers are is where we come from. You know, our last names don't carry, none of that carries. Our clans are what carries us. So me being Kipachini, which means red house. If you think about red house, you know, I think about red clay blood. So I come from, you know, my grandma, my great-great-grandmother, she was fortunate to live and raise my mom. You know, she always talked about we came from Chocolate Canyon. She's like, you come from Chocolate Canyon, you come from the red house clan. Kipachini, which means you come from Mother Earth. And so I always think about that aspect every day, that I come from Mother Earth. And I'm trying every day to, you know, to give back to Mother Earth every bit that I can. To be able to not only spread information about Native American cultures, but also to help her in ways to be able to, you know, heal her in a way. So I always think about those aspects all the time. I'm probably babbling again, so you know, that's information, you know, not a lot of us know, not a lot of us hear all the time, you know. And me being, like I said, growing up in Cortez, I didn't hear, you know, the aspects of being Navajo every day. I didn't hear the culture every day. I didn't hear the Navajo, which is the Navajo language every day. But I'm learning slowly. I'm slowly learning, you know, where I'm coming from, why I'm here, why I'm able to speak, you know, solely from the heart. So, yeah.
We'll go Melissa, then for chat, then Dan.
Miigwech for the beautiful presentation and really modeling cross-cultural collaboration with your work. Really appreciate all that you've shared. And in your ongoing collaborations, I'm so happy to hear you're taking it slow. You're really revising the way you think about land and, you know, plot consciousness, getting beyond private property boundaries and looking at relationships and what does community mean. And I'm just curious if you are going to formalize the relationship, if it's already formalized, or if you're going to keep it informal. I've seen, you know, pros and cons of when land trusts want to immediately go to, like you said, the nonprofit industrial complex, MOUs and MOAs. But I know also tribes with tribal government need to have written agreements as well. So I'm just curious if you're going to keep it informal and keep growing and learning and building relationships and eventually formalize it, or if you already have a written agreement in place for your partnership.
Great question. Well, for starters, we have in place right now an agreement. We've signed an agreement, a letter of intent between the tribal leaders and our organization. We really took time and pumped the brakes on whether we would formalize it with an MOU or an MOA. What did that mean? What was that entailing within the work for our organization and the tribal community? We may go to a more formal MOU or MOA establishment agreement if we maybe enter into a grant proposal that maybe gets funneled through us first, and then is tying directly services or project directly with the tribe. So right now, when we say we pump the brakes, we really consciously took that time to think about what that agreement would look like, what it should look like. And one of the things was we wanted it to be a little more substantial than a handshake, although we would have been happy with a handshake. But we do also understand that funding requirements need to see this thing called a piece of paper with black ink on it and a few important signatures on it. But you know, that just basically what we said was we want the tribe and the tribal community to be aware that when you see our lovely faces, that we're just not coming in like it has historically been to solve a problem or to recreate a program or a project, but rather we were going to be there in partnership and support of whatever they may be doing. And if there's a way that we can provide expertise from our realm, then we're there, we're partners, we're community members. This is one county, which is hard to digest on both sides of the reservation line. One county, one world, one community. And so we're in very early infancy stages of form. If we need to be that formal, I guess we'll respond to that request. But as long as it's not being requested, I think we're going to keep it kind of the combination of something that's semi-formal, that fair handshake, and that respect and relationship building. I think that's probably the best reward of the work that we do is the relationship, the coffee time, the meal time, and the conversations.
I don't have much to add to that. That was really well answered. So as we explore different projects, and we are kind of in like the planning and research phases of different directions we can go with the partnership. We're kind of looking at some, different land access models. There's a national land trust called the Agrarian Trust, and they have this model called the Agrarian Commons in different places. And so anyway, it's also like some of the native-led land conservancies who are getting land, whether they hold the easement or own the land. And then they've got, the written agreements of, who is co-managing it, who's making decisions and all those structures. So we are looking into those as well. So I think we're really doing our homework, doing our research of what future potential opportunities there are. But as Regina said, I think we're still very largely in action in that relationship building phase and see where our future takes us, but moving at a speed that's comfortable for all involved.
And we're respecting that request if somebody says, we need to sleep on it. Because we do that. And that's a very great way to understand that they just need a little time. And that's one thing that I think as a land conservancy, helping to build an understanding and educate the organization about what it is and what it means to be Indigenous behind reservation boundaries and what those challenges have been for us growing up. But it also has led to the area of let's dream together and let's quit allowing policies and understanding or lack of understanding pigeonhole us or create a corner that they're telling us how we should be when we don't need to be. We can get away from that. We can even better define certain processes and terms and conversate with one another.
I've got a question from the chat here from Deidre. She asks, how is the MLC addressing its own organizational culture to be more inclusive? And then they specifically add, not just adding Regina and staff, but in the ways it works and communicates. Yeah, that's a great question. Well, we're in a new strategic planning phase. So we are kind of revising our core values, not our mission, but vision and value statements and all of those things, and kind of looking at the makeup of certainly our staff and board, which is overwhelmingly, white. And so I think we are definitely looking at how to build a board, build a staff that is more representative of the programs that we're doing. We're kind of doing these programs where we're getting beyond private land conservation, colonial things like that. And we are kind of bringing in youth education. We're working with the tribe, including, youth there. And so how our programs are now more inclusive. And so, now looking inward at how we reflect that in our board and staff is certainly a journey that we're currently on. We have a lot of open seats on our board actually at the moment. So I'm hoping we can kind of like use that clean slate as kind of making it a bit more representative of the actual work that we're doing. And love that we're kind of getting input from our partners and having Regina on the team as we kind of look at our core values and can kind of, get those new lenses on things. And then in all the other projects we're doing, I feel that bringing in those not outside, but other perspectives from the beginning is really important. I kind of mentioned that we're just getting into a feasibility study of can we get into more of these land access models where land is held in a way that it's co-managed, not just one person owning it, but an organization owning it and co-managed by other people. So even in those conversations, we've already brought in, we're paying a consultant who is Navajo, a great guy named Tom Chi, and he's kind of helping us kind of tap into other perspectives. So I think it's important that we're starting projects from the get-go with different perspectives and inclusivity in the planning phases. So I think that's a really great step versus, we could start planning over here in our, office bubble and then dishing it out to community. I don't think that's the way to go. So I think just kind of a tweak in our processes has been a great thing that I've been seeing, but it is certainly a journey that we continue to be on.
And I think it's again, being fearless of those conversations, those really uncomfortable moments. And I know that bringing me on board, and I'm not one to sit quietly, by the way, but in my learning and in my ability to become that student in an area that I'm not familiar with or comfortable with sometimes, just scaling back the fact that all I am is a conduit between our organization and the tribal community. I am not going to share anything beyond that and allowing for those tribal voices. Dorsey is a great example of allowing for that voice to come in from the tribal community and a tribal program, but also allowing for the tribe to bring forth such an important project. That isn't my project. That wasn't even my brainchild. That was something that was directed from the tribal community into our organization. And all I'm doing is helping give way to people like Dorsey. Handing over the mic.
Yeah, and also, like, the relationships you create with MLC is such a huge thing. I was actually a part of the elder interviews that we have done. A lot of people are not very open, especially in the community. They're not open to, someone knocked on their door, can I ask you some questions about finance? And they're like, no, get on my board. So, you gotta approach them, with a different aspect and different, way of thinking, I always hear my grandma talking about she visited her sister, and she visited her auntie, and she visited all these other people on the same day. And I'm like, grandma, why did she do that? So I don't know, I just got bored. I wanted to get out of the house. So we took that approach as well, we would take turns, and Farley Ketchum, who was actually the lead on this project. He speaks fluent. He's one of very few fluent speakers of youth, and he comes in there and he'll speak to them in youth, and then he'll be like, Dorsey, you want to take a lead today? And I'm like, sure. And depending on if it's a man or a woman, you know, I'll knock on the door and be like, Mike, Lucian, how you doing? Can I just talk to you today? And they're like, who are you? I'm like, Prince Boy. And they're like, oh, okay, take a seat. Who's with you? Who's that? I'm on the other side. I'm like, that's the other lady. Oh, is she the one from Elders? And I'm like, yeah, that's that lady. And so, you know, talking to them and taking a different approach rather than offering what you really want, you know, is such a different thing. And, you know, being able to formalize that interview as just talking was one of our main keys in getting the interviews done. You know what I mean? I thought that was such a cool thing because, you know, we talk about, you know, traditional ecological knowledge, you know, and a lot of that's just from talking to our ancestors, you know, our spiritual leaders. And especially with me, you know, talking to my grandfather, you know, it may not be written in a book, but I know that is straight facts. And I know him telling me about history, whether it be our family history or Navajo history, or even our traditions, I know him telling me that is a straight factual thing. I know that to a depth of no understanding. And then just going and talking to these elders, you know, and being able to not only represent Humanity Tribe, but being able to represent MLC and tell them about the plans that we're trying to do to, you know, make them the heart of what we're trying to do here. You know what I mean? And it was such a huge thing for me, especially the interviews. The interviews was the coolest thing ever because even though we didn't, sometimes we didn't get what we, you know, anticipated we would get from the interviews. A lot of it was just them reminiscing, which was such a cool thing. A lot of them were just going on and on and on and on. And, you know, I was like, I get to do such a job. I get to sit here and talk to, you know, my elders and ask them about stories and put it down was such a huge thing to me. Because a lot of them were like, yeah, I remember as a kid one time, you know, I went over here and we went over there, then we collected here. I remember one time I fell in the creek. This was when I was really young. I can't fall no more. I'm telling you that right now. So it was like, it was cool. And it was a moment of humbling, you know. And I feel that's how MLC is, you know, being able to have, you know, Indigenous members take part on these plans, you know what I mean? And being able to come together and being able to say, hey, we have, you know, these resources, we have whatever it is you guys need, but would you guys like to read on this as well? Would you guys like to be able to, you know, talk to whoever it is? And we also brought kids out. I remember one day we did plantings. And Farley, our lead, which was my boss, technically, he was like, hey, Dorsey, just take the lead today. You know, I'll just have you take the lead. You can talk to the kids and give the tours as well. And being able to talk to the kids who are non-Indigenous students as well, they're going to be on tribal lands that who knows if they'll ever be on their tribal lands ever again. Being able to share, you know, what we have here on the tribal lands and what's going on, you know what I mean? Even though they're young-minded individuals, they're still going to spread that information. You know, kids are the most truthful beings ever. You know, I was in the class, there's a Native American joke that goes around. It's always a Native American comedy, and they talk about, you know, I remember one time, it's a James and Irving comedy show, and he goes, and this kid's sitting in the stand, he goes, my mom chews skull, my mom chews skull. And the guy's like, okay, don't listen to her, talking weird. And the girl's just going on and on and on. And he's like, kids are the most truthful thing ever. Like, whatever you say at home or does at home is getting reflected somewhere else. So us being Native American, you know, being able to spread those with young-minded individuals who will probably be our future leaders, is such a huge thing. So, yeah, that's I ramble a lot again, but the relationship we have with MLC is such a huge thing, and being able to, you know, not only put me in the forefront of leading whatever it is, tours, you know, elder interviews, or even going talking to landowners about, you know, resources that we need on the tribe is their integration of, you know, their Indigenous neighbors, their integration of, you know, the original landowners or the land people who have with the land first. So yeah.
So to answer the question really quick, actually the work is informing the culture of our organization. And it's not the work I'm doing, it's the work they're doing. from the tribal community. It's the work and the opportunity to be brave enough to let go of those leading reins. I remember a day that I was too busy to help a part of that organizational activity. And Jay Lozier, who's our educational director for MLC, was also busy. The only people that were available that were technically a part of our staff were 2 youth interns out of Ozzy's farm. So we had to let go and have confidence and faith in the young people taking the lead and helping to represent. So how do we know that this is impacting the culture of our organization? Is being brave to do something enough that it's actually informing our work and influence how we're looking at our organization and how those visions, those core values, how that is somewhat taking the shift. That's how it's impacted the culture of our organization. Great question.
2 final questions in 5 minutes.
Okay.
And we do that? Go ahead.
Dan Collins from the Telluride Institute and Arizona State University. Wonderful panel, you guys. Thank you. You already, Dorsey and Regina already addressed this to a degree, but I'm really interested in the fact that you do have this very conservative population in Montezuma County. And what are some of the nuts and bolts processes you use to approach landowners who maybe are 3rd, 4th generation on the land, doing dry land, wheat and bean farming, let's say, how do you approach them? Do you knock on a door there? Do you have a coffee? Do you have a party? What do you do?
All of the above. I say all of the above just because I think it has taken a concerted effort of a little bit of everything. We've been present at different functions within the county. Like Dorsey said, they literally knocked on doors. And surprisingly enough, we've actually gotten responses from people we least expected. Like somebody who's got a flag that says "Don't tread on me," and we're like, "Oh God." We didn't even have to knock on that door. They came to us. So it's just really about a little bit of trying to figure out what's gonna work. Have coffee.
Yeah, and some of our landowners are super cool and really liberal and into it, and they have a great influence on the community. So if we can kind of get them involved and spreading the good word about it and sharing that they had a good experience working with us on these kind of projects, there is a ripple effect, and we recognize there's some we may never reach. But the ones that we can, the farther we can spread it, and then also reaching those next generations, they're gonna pass the land on to someone, right? So, we're also speaking to families and heirs and yeah, just building relationships anywhere we can.
Yeah, I think the biggest word is ripple effect. A lot of these kids, a lot of these landowners, their kids I went to school with, so a lot of the time was being able to, out community events and being able to be like, this is what we're doing, this is what we're all about. And then their kids were like, oh, Dorsey did that. Dad, we gotta check it out, Dorsey. So being able to have a ripple effect, and like I said, it's being able to, welcome in all ideas, even if you don't agree with them. Like I said, that ripple effect, as long as they hear about it, they're gonna spread it somehow. You know what I mean? Any information is information that's gonna get spread no matter what you want to think about. So the way for, I think, us and MLC was they already had great partners. They already made those relationships. And then not only for me, it was me being able to already have relationships and growing up in Montezuma, being able to know, I guess, how to approach it or even try and do different methods of approaching it. So it's constantly changing and constantly thinking of new ways and being able to have, like I said, I think the greatest word there was the ripple thing, having the greatest amount of ripple thing to be able to spread that information.
Darcy, that's almost like a Jedi mind trick.
Yeah,
Let in the idea you disagree with in order for your idea to ripple out.
yeah, exactly.
Mind blown. Final questions from the chat. While you are having these uncomfortable conversations and educating others, how do you protect yourself from introducing past trauma and possible new trauma while moving forward with partnership?
Find a quiet corner and cry. And then wipe those tears, pick myself back up and charge forward and really finding the support. I think you all are big support right now. This is huge. Finding those organizations, those relationships. And I don't know about you all, but really, wherever you're indigenous to, whatever your culture and religion is, that's really the one that drives those tears. I go to sweat.
Maybe want to follow that?
I guess it's me. Yeah, so. That's good words.
As you're building these partnerships, how do you deal with the possibility of introducing past trauma or creating future trauma just within yourself? Or is this waking up sleeping giants? Is this?
Yeah, so I think about it this way, because a lot of the time, we're not even going to be on the same idea or the same basis with our indigenous brothers and sisters, aunties, uncles, elders, whatever it may be. They may not agree with us, they may have different mindsets, they may have different thinking, they may have different traumas. And we acknowledge that. So no matter where I go or what I'm saying or what I'm advocating, I always introduce it with, this is how I was taught. You know what I mean? And especially being navigable, learning the language. You know, I've been told numerous amount of times, that's not how you say that. That's not how you're teaching. That's not how that's taught. That's not the way it's going. So when I say, you know, this is how we say it navigable, this is how I always introduce it with, this is how I was taught. You know, everyone is entitled to their own thinking, in their own, you know, mindset, in their own way of how they do things. But, you know, like I said, as long as you can both have an understanding and be able to sit and have a like-minded conversation, even if you don't understand each other, is such a huge thing to move forward in the world. And that's how I believe I can keep going. Because a lot of times, you know, I may have, you know, been put down because, you know, an elder was like, you don't bring that up ever. You don't ever say that. You don't do this, you don't do that. Or I've even been told, you know, that's wrong. But then I think of the moments where I've been told, you know, hey, I wanted to say that, but I never did say that. Hey, I'm glad you said it that way. That's how I was taught to. So, you know, you got to put them all together and you got to think about the highlights instead of the negatives. Because in that will teach you, they tell you, you know, don't ever think of the negatives. If it's negative, it's going to happen. If it's positive, you always think in a positive manner. Which means to walk with you. So no matter where you go, you always are going to think of that, you know, that way of thinking. You always think positive. You know, we were on the way up here and I went with my lovely partner and we were driving up here and she's like, oh my God, babe, you slow down. I was like, but did we hit it? No, we could have. No, I'm sorry. But you know, always have that positive mindset. You know what I mean? And always think of, you know, how did our ancestors think of it? How did our chieftains think of it? How did our spiritual leaders think of it? You know, you gotta take one step where you're from and one step where you're headed. And that's the goal I live by. One step where you're from, one step where you're headed. So no matter where you're going, you always gotta think about where you're from, being able to put it in where you can be more prepared.
I'll just quickly say that, yeah, sometimes some disheartening things come up in the work that we do and people we're trying to reach, but I think what's most important, like Regina opened this, these are just great human beings here and we are a team doing cool work, but at the end of the day, what's important is that we're there for each other and we care for each other. So when we have those kind of tougher days, just checking in with each other and, you know, making sure that we're okay. You know, I've said like, this is important work we're doing, but we have to take care of each other and ourselves first. So having that personal, real connection, you know, when we say relationships, it's not just in the work that we do, relationships in, you know, trying to figure out land things, but truly on a personal level. So being there for each other, I think is really important because the work can be tough.
Relationships back. Let's thank this panel. I'm not ashamed to say that there's two MEMers up on this panel. Maybe a third, I don't know, Dorsey. There's another sort of expression of gratitude that's important to me. One is I'm going to ask Chief Cordova, Lindsay Dolzal, and Jillian Bauer to stand up, please. These events are just not possible. Anything that went so well you didn't notice it is because of them. Anything that was a glitch or off is because of me. Okay, so thank you so much. And so here's how this is gonna work for sort of the rest of the day. We're gonna give you a chance to stretch your legs right now. We're gonna give you a 10-minute coffee break. There's water, there's coffee, maybe some lingering snacks. You can check out the posters and just get some fresh air. We're gonna come back in 10 minutes and Western alum, Marten Pinnecoose, from the Southern Ute tribe is going to join us. He's an artist and he's gonna talk a bit about, as an artist, what the phrase land back means to him. And then you'll have a chance to view his art, okay? And that will give you another chance to sort of stretch your legs, have a look at his art. You'll get to talk one-on-one with Marten or any of the speakers who will be milling around. I know there were supposed to be hands up at the end of this set, but please feel free to grab both. And then after we're done viewing Marten's art, we're gonna do a second panel, and that is at 11 to 12, and that is based on Dr. Melanie Armstrong and the Center for Public Lands work at Western in collaboration with the Mountain Ute Tribe and other tribal communities on co-management, a National Geographic funded project that Melanie and her team led on co-management in Bears Ears National Monument. We will then break for lunch, a very special lunch though, because part of land back is what is land. What is our responsibility to land? And we're going to celebrate Western student projects in building resilience into this land. You see some posters, there'll be some student talk, there'll be a lot of free lunch in the back for you to enjoy. And that'll last a while. That'll last all the way until 1:45. So a chance at lunch to celebrate student efforts to make our land more resilient, and in the afternoon, we'll return to land back. We'll hear a story, powerful story from someone who's new in my life, who really moves me. Sierra Green will join us on Zoom to share a story that she calls Putting the Land in Land Back. And then we'll have a really, I think, exciting panel from 2:30 to 3:30. Thinking about learning from universities that have, I think, begun to lead the way on what do university Indigenous commitments look like. Beyond land acknowledgements, maybe tactically involving land acknowledgements, but what do land commitments look like? And how might that challenge and inspire Western itself to find that cutting edge for Western in our own Indigenous commitments on Ute homeland? That's going to flow at 3:30 into a workshop where all of you, led by sociologist Matt Aronson, all of you at your tables will have a chance to initiate what will probably be a patient, multi-decade conversation to initiate for Western and to push Western on its own Indigenous commitments. Okay, we want to look back at this conference as a moment that's a tipping point, as Malcolm Gladwell would say, as a tipping point where Western really became a place of belonging for Indigenous students, Indigenous curriculum, Indigenous commitments. After that workshop, you'll break for dinner, and then Sigrid Stoke, Connor Ryan will be here in the theater to show his film Spirit of the Peaks to close out our Headwaters conference. So right now, 10 minutes, coffee, water, and then we'll hang out with really cool artists and one of my favorite people, Marten Pinnecoose. We'll see you back in 10 minutes. Thank you to the panel again, please. Oh, yeah. Come on, with a handshake. Come on, with a handshake. Arts. Yes. Enjoying yourself there? Hey,
Where's that? What can I do? Yeah. 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 That's my title. Well, it's how long it's okay. It's your age and age of it. It's generous. Unless they're like you. No. That would be interesting. Start with mom. Again, I'm so sorry. I know. We love this guy. I got 3 more here. We're definitely going to be able to find you for us. That's good. Thanks so much. Still remember getting out. We're running. One of the inspirations. Well, it doesn't matter. I made one little waste of making next place. Each other on. Thank you so much. It's good to see you. Yes. Well, I was so looking forward. I mean, sorry we didn't work out this time. We did last year. There's so much. They're very yeah, it's a whole thing. So and yeah. What each of us in step one session. You know, Donnie Harold. Not us. I know, and she need to stay. I'm but I'm Indigenous. Right on that plan. No, I was. No, I was. So I was in a. I never. No, it means radical. I'm slave. And that's how we do something. My side. Now and that's the other thing. Love to do that, yeah. And I go to Rick a lot. Whenever, if it doesn't work right away. Oh, good. I'm retired, although I think I was fired. I almost died. I don't. It's very much. It's been a couple places. Oh, my God, yes. I would say everybody. Yeah, I'm definitely involved. That's not just. You know, I was. Anyway, but she was like, I agree. But I like to say, yeah. Cracks that open. And on the national. I get what you're saying, but no, I'm not. So that's.
My life was. Interesting.
Yeah. Exactly. We have no time. We have no time.
I was concerned about, I was ready to skip back when I sat down.
Yeah, I don't. I just saw this one out. Regardless, saying.
But a lot of it's.
See, that's the thing, you don't know this.
Don't ever look at it and say, you know, if you're doing that.
Hey, friends, 2 minutes, 2 minutes until Marten Pinnecoose talks about his artwork. 2 minutes. Lindsay, check the hallway. People 2 minutes around the corners.
So overshoot. Look at our. We do it like that. So I was a bit involved. But then outside. Hey, I really. I want to know. Any help we can give some
pictures of here in the Zoom chat. I'm just gonna ask Martin if it's okay with you snapping some pictures and sharing the Zoom chat.
1 minute. Come back to your table, fill up that coffee and or water and or there's some iced tea over there.
On it. So I just wanted to share that. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Headwaters 398 students. Headwaters 398 students. Find me at lunch. I want to talk about your burning question. Headwaters 398 students. Find me at lunch. I want to talk about your burning question. Is Martin here? Paging Marten Pinnecoose. For those of you not in the Headwaters 398 class, you should know that along with this conference is a chance to get 1 credit 4 times while at Western. So each time you review Headwaters, you get another credit, and their job here is to cultivate a burning question that this conference is leading them toward, and then to use that question to sort of wrestle with the different ideas from the conference, to explore their question, to research outside sources. We don't want them to answer their question. The best questions aren't really that answerable, but to wrestle with those questions. And so if you bump into a Headwaters 398 student, they might need help cultivating that question. Hey, Martin. So I want to welcome just such an incredibly important citizen and member of the Western Colorado University family, Marten Pinnecoose. He earned his bachelor's degree, or the BFA, Martin, from the art program here at Western, and an MFA degree in San Francisco. He is a sculptor, a painter, an expert archer. He started the archery club here while he was at Western as a kind of land back thing, and he's continued to compete, most recently in a global competition in Turkey. So he has many talents, and I'm proud to consider you a friend and a mentor, Martin, and it's so wonderful to see you back home on campus. Let's all welcome Marten Pinnecoose.
Morning. Wait, everyone. Buenos días. Merhaba, or good night in Turkish. As John had mentioned, I went to school here. I achieved my BFA in art and sculpture. So my work is here. And I'm really honored to be part of this community, part of this family. Long story short, I'm just like wow. But to say the least, when John had asked me about being a participant with this topic of land back, and to kind of think of, how I could contribute in that regard and what it means to me. Being here in Western, I mentioned to some that, basically in a nutshell, this was my attempt at turning my life around. Not to say it was all bad, but, I definitely had a good life. and getting back into this world of academia, I knew that I could do challenging, especially at an older age. And so it worked, and like some you guys mentioned earlier, that support system is essential. For me here, it was very essential in that regard as being a noticeable figure. I figured that I'm gonna get away from my troubles, I'm gonna turn my life around, I'm gonna go where nobody knows me. All of a sudden, who's that Indian dude? You know, who's this guy? You know, I couldn't hide. There's no hiding. And pretty soon I experienced, well, not pretty soon, but then everything just started like, well, who is this guy? What is this guy? Some of the statements that were made to me mentioned, you know, introducing yourself, okay, who are you, where are you from, what are you doing, you know, things like that. So relating to that, like our guests had stated earlier about who you are. My father is Northern Ute, Southern Ute. His name is Guy Pinnecoose Jr. Pinnecoose coming from the Northern Ute Reservation, Randlet to be exact. My mother is Hickory Apache and Navajo from Dulce. Vihel family. So both sides of the family are huge. So coming here in that regard, stating who I am and such, one in particular that really stands out to me is an individual, I'm gonna say a cowboy. He said, wow, I thought we got rid of you guys. And I had to think to myself, you know, I said, how do I take that? Do I said, no, we're still here. I'm here. You know, I could have pulled out the dysfunctional side of me and, you know, dropped it. But then, you know, okay, I'm in an academic world now. I need to act accordingly and, you know, and come across like, okay, no, I am from my home here and this, that, and whatever. And this is my upbringing. But underneath, you know, I was human. You know. And so a lot of the support system I got was to encourage me, you know, Martin, just stay, you know, we'll help you, Al Canna from the art department, huge support. Sally Romero from down at the Multicultural Center. I believe she's still here. Jan, of course, and I have made Western my home. Like Jan had mentioned, I started an archery club here. Excuse me. One of the things that was mentioned to me as being a student was, you know, I went to these different club fairs and okay, see what I can get involved in, and I went to an MMA, they had a club there, so yeah, I want to check this out. Okay, do it legitimately. I ended up tearing my hamstring, kicking the bag, no, can't do that. And then they mentioned to me that if there's not something here that you like, maybe you can help create something. You know what? All right, there's an idea. And I went before student council with my proposal, stating that I started a club back home in Nashville. Archery's big for me. It's a learned, I can't say sport, but lifestyle. It's not a hobby. I didn't do that growing up. I danced a lot of powwow. I'm glad to see my niece here. She is that representing our people in the powwow circle. Regina, for that matter, too, her family. You know, I'm really honored to be here with them and speaking with you to share our aspects of what land back is. And so in that regard, when I had gone back, make the step to go back into school, I started out at community college in Durango, part-time, then full-time, transferred to Fort Lewis for a couple of terms. What I wanted to achieve, they didn't carry in the art department there, so I transferred here. and made Western my home. I lived in the studios. I practically lived there. I closed down the studios. Al was good enough to give me a key where I can open the key. I mean, open the studios, close them at night. Sometimes I'm there 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Go back to the non-traditional apartments that is now torn down for the new gym. That's where I used to live. I can't get the name of it now, but so in this sense of what land back means to me in that sense, and maintaining my focus and presence of being a native man is hunting is really important. I grew up, I should say, like an urban native. My mother and father, they divorced, so I at a young age, and my mother worked in the government board school system as a what they would call a dorm mom, dorm aide. And so wherever she was transferred, that's where we lived. And some of the bigger BIA schools were Intermountain in Brigham City, Utah, and Halloween School in Salem, Oregon. And so I grew up in a native setting, of course, been to all the different reservations for powwows and dancing and trying to carry on my culture as best that my mother could teach myself and my siblings. And I didn't grow up around guns. As a kid, yes, but I was old enough to actually do the hunting, with my father and my uncles and cousins and such. But I always knew that was always calling at me. And so I felt like archery is something that I think, okay, I could do this. I'm gonna try this. And so I learned. Friends sold me a bow, and I learned on a compound bow. Then I made the switch to traditional a recurve, which I now shoot. And when I first came in, and during the presentation, orientation for that matter, of new students, I drove in this way and I looked across at the practice field, and this big hillside, I thought first thing on my mind was that archery targets. Yeah, oh my gosh, I thought like NAU, they have a collegiate archery department, sport, what have you. And I had that there, and I thought, no, wait, I'm supposed to be here for art. Okay. Al was pretty good with me. He was my art advisor, and he was my archery advisor. And he said, you know what you're doing? Just go do it. If I need to sign off, I'll sign off. And we used to have our weekly sheets out there. And I used to be involved in winter leagues, shooting indoors. And I said, we shoot year round. And he goes, well, what do you suggest? I said, well, there's no place for me I can shoot. I shot down at the fairgrounds. Had permission to talk with some of the county officials and such. And he goes, what about the sculpture room? Okay, yeah, I can make it work. And so we just pushed the tables this way and that way, made room. And our shooting distance was like from here. We put a big old plywood board that took our archery targets in, and we shot indoors in the sculpture room. Ask Al, ask the security guy, they would come and check on us. Don't shoot that sculpture, don't shoot this, please, stay focused on the target. And it worked. It was amazing. It was a very special time in my life while I was here at Western. And so when I had made the decision to go back to school, I had taken a writing class, and this stemmed out of my decision to come back to school. I was asked, what do you want to pursue? And I really said, I don't know, I've already been to school. I haven't associated all the machinemen from Oregon Tech. Worked different jobs, worked in the gas field. I heard some of this conversation last night, and so I got specific about that. But to lead up to this, this was a story that I was encouraged to
Want me to hold that while you're gonna read?
No, it's in here. I mean, you can hold it for me if you guys read it. But this was from a writing assignment. I had taken a creative writing class, and the instructor said, you know what, this is actually pretty good. I know a friend that works on the Durango Herald, and see what they say. I said, all right. And of course, doing artwork. This was before actually doing artwork in the school. This is a pencil drawing of an elk. And my story that I titled it is called Masonic Elk. And it is a hunting story. The funny thing is that the guy that one of the editors there, the Durango Herald, Dave Ullman, maybe you know, maybe don't. I told him that yes, this is a true story, but this is a creative writing story, so I'm kind of elaborating on it. I didn't kill a great big 6-point elk. I did shoot, you know, a smaller elk. But, you know, they shoot with my bow. So many times I have heard the cold, crisp autumn air torn open by a lone bull elk's whistle. That shrill slices the deafening silence through the aspens and spruce. An eager squirrel scampers along, and at the beckoning stops and acknowledges the morning's announcement. The squirrel's pointy tufts are almost bit back by the sheer power of the bull's guttural coughs. I check my bow, my arrows, and my calls. I pull the string on my recurved bow and pull the strength in its limbs. The string is twisted and waxed and taut. The broadheads on my arrows are sharp and ready. The faceted edge from repeated strokes of a firework catches the sun's first sharp glint of the morning. And I think to myself, the arrow will penetrate like the sun's rays. The elk are moving up the canyon, across the ravine and away from me. I am paralleling them, walking slow and deliberate, calling as I duck and bend to the pinon, juniper, and sage. I stop repeatedly, listen, and gauge their position. They show no signs of my presence. Blended in, I have scented myself with elk ear, but now I have caught wind of them. The pungent musk permeates the air. I stop at the first whiff and inhale deeply. I close my eyes, and the sharp, piercing aroma makes me dizzy. I can hear small rocks crumbling under their hooves. The branches and leaves rustle against their hide while pushing through the gambled oak. I decide now is the time to ready an arrow on my recurve. My thoughts of the hunt playing itself out are clear and focused. My mind and movements are fluid and in sync. My heart beats with intense purpose. The rich musk scent is almost overpowering. I'm jealous. Mystifying in this feeling to have immense power, persuasive control, and undeniable attraction. It is not a jealousy, but a reverence and respect for the elk's true innocence and boldness. The elk contrasts my obligation to bind myself in modern society. This difference between the elk's natural assurance and my question and uncertainty compels me to search for a balance. My spirit yearns and hungers for the vibration that reverberates in my soul and resonates a harmonic calmness, resonates a harmonic calmness. When the arrow is released, the power is transferred from the limbs and string. The arrow is in a dynamic, paradoxical flight over the bow's riser. The power shakes through my hand and arm as I delicately control my follow-through, allowing the vibration to flow to my heart. Yes, all my senses are in overdrive. I remind myself to stay focused. My aim must be true. I crouch down behind a sandstone boulder, pull my current camouflage netting over my face, and make a call. I spray some scent into the air to test the current and hope return a bull towards my waiting arrow. There is movement through the foliage. One lone bull emerges, maneuvered his 6-point rack with ease and precision through the trees. His movements are confident. Each step is made with caution, flexing his tight, firm muscles. I have not come to full draw as I stare in awe as he lifts his crown of tines. The stage is now his. A moment's hesitation and my arrow's broadhead shakes in the sunlight, harmless. I am certain he can hear my heart pounding as my ears are exploding with rhythmic gushes. He turns his head to the sound of another elk. That is the moment I draw, anchor, and hold my bow for the shot. He catches my movement and flinches, but does not bolt. I focus my concentration on his sweet spot, low and behind his shoulder. I inhale and hold the full strength of my takedown bow at 60 pounds. Visualizing my arrow disappearing to the bull elk, I can count almost each and every hair on his side. The air is thick with tension and musk. I can't hold the string very much longer. He turns his head and scratches his back with his antlers. I release and buck. The arrow sinks to the fletching in a single leap. The impact collapses him. A steady stream of crimson flows out to the ground. He is continuous. I do not move. From side to side, he slowly turns his majestic head back, flicking his tongue and lays down. My arrow was a blur at 10 yards, finding its mark through the vitals. My release was smooth, quick, unknown, and lethal. Only the deep solo playing of the string accentuated the kill. I'm not sure if I had blinked my eyes for fear of being detected. I close and hold my eyes shut. They burn. The arrow has done its job as I get up to touch the elk's eyeball. The eyelid does not move, and now it is done. In a commotion, I listen to the rest of the herd crash through the forest, knowing one of theirs is gone. My emotions are a fusion of elation and sorrow. I'm standing over the elk, and I cannot believe what has happened. I have trained my body by running mile after mile, loosed arrow upon arrow, and felt satisfied peppering a soda can at 30 yards. Practiced my calling and tracking, spending days in the woods, listened and accustomed my ears to the many sounds of the elk's home, this forest. The meat will be good for my family and friends. The hide and tusk will be highly valued for adornment. The antlers, my dad always said, you can't eat the antlers. That's true, but they will be a reminder of my accomplishment. I look at my recurve and then the massive elk. After much contemplation, I lay down my bow and take my pack from my back, drink some water, and pour some into the elk's mouth. Reaching into my pocket for a cigarette, I tear it apart and sprinkle the tobacco and give thanks. Pausing once again to soak in my surroundings, the morning sun casts a haze through the trees from the dusk. The herd is stirred up. I take out my knife and feel its edge. I am in balance.
Thank you, Martin. Let's offer another round of applause. Elder, hunter, archer, sculptor, painter, storyteller, author, poet, friend of Western, Martin. So the way this is going to work is we have about 10 minutes until the next panel, okay? But then after that panel, there's about a half hour before the student environmental forum begins. So what we're going to do is this first row of tables can view Martin's work and ask him questions. And then we'll have our panel at 11. And then between 12 and 12:30 before the forum begins, the rest of you can view Martin's work and ask him questions. Does that sound good?
Yep.
All right, so we'll see you back in 10 minutes. You all are going to hang out with Martin, front row. The rest of you are going to hang out with each other, help the Headwaters 398 students with their burning questions. 11:05, let's do 11:05 right here for the panel. Let's thank Martin one more time.
Those and all those. Yeah. Okay. Please, it's obviously busy, and I understand it. You can get all about it. Yeah. Emphasis on making it fun. And then on top of that, the meeting. Him standing. That was so amazing.
We're just gonna angle the chair so that the owl will pick you up, and then this clicker, as long as you point to Jillian's not.
So I control the slides.
Yep,
Excellent.
we might want to even shuffle these over just so the owl can have a chance of picking them up, yeah, and then like that way. Yep, yep, just like I've got them. One more chair.
So that. And I'm gonna let you go since you've run this show before.
Headwaters, what is this? Okay, I'm gonna hand out some.
Let me just check the battery level. Good.
Darn.
All right, all yours, Melanie.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Thank you so much for being here. I know I'm excited to get on to our conversations and posters and continue talking about Marten's amazing work. And so thank you for taking a few minutes to talk with us about co-management of ancestral public lands. I'm really delighted. I'm Melanie Armstrong. I'm a faculty member here in the Master in Environmental Management program and director of our Center for Public Lands. And I'm really excited that I've had an extended opportunity. It didn't seem like it was going to be quite so extended to teach a course on co-management of public lands over the last 3 years for our master's students here at Western. And so I'm just delighted to have alumni of that course here here with me this morning to share experiences from the field school and talk really about how co-management comes home here in Gunnison. I wanted to provide a brief background, but there's obviously a lot of history and story behind the Bears Ears movement. So if you have interest in learning more about Bears Ears, come see me. I'll send you some resources. You can take a class, like there's lots of ways to do that. So apologies for skimming through a really complex history that's really important, I think, in this story about how management is going to move forward in the current moment. But I will share just a few thoughts that come from the Bears Ears Intertribal Coalition Land Management Plan. This was just released this fall, and it's the work of the 5 affiliated tribes to put forward a plan for managing the Bears Ears National Monument. And so if you'll bear with me, I'm going to read a fairly extended quote from that land management plan in their mission statement, because of the ways that it captures, I think, the spirit of Bears Ears and some of the ideas that we're talking about with co-management here. So culture, traditions, language, values, and worldviews are born from tribal homelands. The Bears Ears region has been home to Native peoples for millennia, many of whom share stories of trauma and forced removal from this place, and continue to return to Bears Ears for healing, renewal, and a communion with ancestors whose spirits remain a part of this multidimensional landscape. The establishment of Bears Ears National Monument in 2016 was premised on collaborative management between the tribes and the federal government. Tribal governments are sovereign and have inherent powers of self-government. Both President Obama and President Biden, under the authority of the Antiquities Act, explicitly stated the need for collaborative tribal federal management in presidential proclamations 9558 and 10285 that established and restored Bears Ears National Monument. The tribes must not be considered merely as another stakeholder that can offer comments to plans that are already designed and mostly completed. It is not enough to say that tribes have a bigger say in policy and management. Instead, the tribal nations and federal managers must collaborate to create an effective management planning process. Tribal nations must be involved early and often with management, including being provided with the same information at the same point in the planning process as the federal land managers. Only then will tribes have real influence on how this sacred land is managed. I'm so grateful for the work that these tribes did to put together this management plan. And if you want to hear how it's, the behind the scenes story, talk to Regina Lopez Whiteskunk about how the Monument Advisory Commission is now working to integrate principles from this plan within the work with the land management plan that the agencies will be putting out for Bears Ears in the near future. You know how agency planning goes. So we had the fortunate opportunity here at Western to create a field school around these principles of co-management. And I put up here some of the goals of the field school because we spent a lot of time thinking about intentionality and purpose and what we were trying to accomplish. And my original vision was of bringing together groups of students who were eager to learn as they were preparing to pursue careers in land management, and putting them in the same space with tribal members, with agency managers, with those community organizations that were involved in planning for Bears Ears, and seeing what kinds of conversations would unfold. And really my hope was that that would instill in both parties, or in all parties involved, both an excitement for the possibility of doing things differently. Ways we can't change our land management practices if we can't imagine something different. If we can't begin to picture doing things a different way, we're going to continue doing things the same way that we've always done them. So these were some of our goals of the field school, really to increase awareness of Indigenous ecological knowledge and its land management impacts, to prepare a generation of land managers to collaborate with tribes in holistic ways, to listen. Our goal was to listen to diverse tribes, managers, and community members, and then grapple with the complexities of managing contested landscapes in a tense political climate. We were at Bears Ears the day before, right? The day before the Biden proclamation. So we were right in the midst of this back and forth that happened over many years, contesting the boundaries and the management processes that would oversee the new monument. So we certainly had the opportunity to grapple with complexity. And then the goal of creating a framework that integrates scientific knowledge and traditional knowledge to build resilient ecological management practices. So our goals and our well-defined plan initially was for about a 6-month process to plan a field school that would take place in 2020. And we all know what happened in the world in 2020. And so that plan became much more elongated, I think a richer experience for so doing. So in fall of 2020, a couple of these students who were part of my co-management of public lands class, we were able to take a field trip and spend time in Bears Ears, meet with a few people. But if you can think about what the world was like in fall of 2020, for many of us, it was the first time we had even left the Gunnison Valley in many months, and the chance to see our fellow learners face to face in that climate was very new and very special, I think, for everyone who was able to join on that field experience in 2020. The following year, in 2021, we had a great start in planning our field school. We had set everything up. We had this amazing partnership with the Ancestral Lands Conservation Corps, which is a youth corps that works with young people from tribes and pueblos from all around the Southwest to bring them into public lands to do the work, whether it's trail work and restoration work, or the crew that we worked with specializes in architectural restoration. So they were actually trained to do some of the masonry work and such to maintain sites in the region. And so those, we had this amazing partnership with them where they were going to join us for the field school, participate fully, and we were going to work with them in the field to do projects on site in Bears Ears. And then due to circumstances largely still associated with the pandemic, we made a very difficult decision to yet again postpone our field school. But we still took the chance to spend time with the Ancestral Lands Conservation Corps. And Kelly Wood actually led a class where those students were able to join with us and earn college credit for the work that they did studying, learning with us in Bears Ears. And then they were able to come visit us at Western on very rainy couple days, as I recall, and get to know our campus and participate in some of our courses here. A wonderful exchange of knowledge that I think was impactful for both the students and the Ancestral Lands Corps members who were able to participate. And then finally, in 2022, we did hold our Bears Ears Field School, not too far afield from the vision that we had initially imagined when we set out on this long planning process. And we were able to spend that week together with students who participated in that field school, as well as tribes and land managers who were able to join us on site in Bears Ears. And one of the core products from this field school, really, our goal has been to learn and gather these conversations together, but then also find ways to share the principles that we have learned with other people. And so students in all of these courses over the last 3 years, along with our collaborators in the field school, have been working to develop an online curriculum around principles of co-management. We were really lucky to have film students from Western join us in the field and capture presentations from our speakers, interviews with participants, and put together little micro documentaries to help teach principles of co-management. And we're working to build those into an online curriculum that will be publicly available to anyone who wants to have an opportunity to learn more. And this was part of our goal in thinking about how to affect change within agencies. So much of this is about access to knowledge, access to information, but also starting to shift cultures. And so we're approaching it from both ways by hoping to train young people who are coming into agencies, taking co-management as a given, that this is just the normal way of doing business. But then also combining that with the opportunity to share through online practices and with people who are already out there in the field to help them begin to understand these principles of co-management. So if you have interest in seeing our curriculum when it launches, hopefully this coming January, I did put our QR code. It might be cut off on the bottom, so I don't know if it will actually work, but you can email centerforpubliclands@western.edu. Just ask to be put on our list, and when the curriculum launches in January, we will send that out to you, and you can sign up to participate in the online learning experience. So centerforpubliclands@western.edu. I want to take just a moment to express gratitude. We haven't done a lot of public presentations like this about the project, and we've had great funding from Western and from National Geographic. We've had amazing partners with the BLM, the Ancestral Lands Conservation Corps, Friends of Cedar Mesa, now the Bears Ears Partnership. We got to stay at the Canyonlands Research Center and look at this list of names of so many people who have shared their stories and their experiences with us as we've gone to Bears Ears, as they zoomed into our classes. We've had just this amazing exchange of knowledge, and I wanted to take a moment to publicly thank a very long, exhaustive list of people who are involved in the planning, and I know there are people I forgot on that long list, but it really has been a collaborative experience, and I'm deeply grateful for everyone who has given their support throughout. So what did we learn in this field school? That's going to be our conversation for the rest of the time here. And I wanted to just share a couple of my thoughts before handing it over to the students. I think more than anything, and you've heard this already in conversations today, and you'll hear it again this afternoon, we came to understand how important the relationships are. That the work that we do to build relationships one-on-one, group to group, the work that we do to really put those relationships first, even when we're talking about policy and practices and land management and dry things like that, to find the ways to always put that relationship first. I know that was a big takeaway as I was flipping through my notes, something that our participants this spring said over and over again is something that they were taking away from them. One thing that's really stuck with me over time as someone who teaches public land management and really has spent my intellectual career trying to understand the importance of kind of this public lands estate within this, colonial identity, this United States identity that we carry. And the work to try to understand that, public lands seem to have a really important place there. And I'm excited by the conversations that we've had through this project that challenge that really challenge us to think about what sorts of privilege we carry when we talk about this great endowment of public lands or our access to that which is public. And the notion that the power that we all have to make a choice to not visit something, to not go to a place, is something that seems really powerful and really important as we take in this conversation. And comes into this amazing contrast as we think about what public lands mean. And then I quoted this directly from one of our participants who said, sharing requires emotional labor. Respect that by letting it influence your actions moving forward. And that's what I wanted to transition and why we brought this panel together today. Regina Lopez Whiteskunk, who's been so instrumental in this field school throughout. Thank you, Regina, for everything that you've given to us. And I were talking as we were thinking about this Headwaters event and thinking about how we could really bring this conversation home to Gunnison and what that meant. And so she suggested, why don't we get some of our alumni together and hear what they're doing now in Gunnison because of what they learned and studied in this class or in the field school. And I think that quote really captures that, right? What are the ways that all of you are respecting the emotional labor that you've done to study principles of collaborative management? How are you respecting that by letting it influence your actions moving forward? So we're going to start. Oh, there's the question again. So the question here, what do we bring home from Bears Ears? How do we make the co-management movement our own? As we think about how co-management, the ripple effect is beginning, and we can see this in places that are adopting co-management practices in ways that co-management is as a political force is growing, but also as a practice that happens in local places is growing. As we see that, we really can start to think about this as a movement. And so if this is indeed a movement, how do we make the co-management movement our own? And that's the question that I will pose to our students today, or no longer students, alumni, grads who are doing important work here in the Gunnison Valley. And so I'm going to hand it over to them to give an introduction to themselves and sort of around two ideas. First, we'd like to hear about your current work, what your role is, what you're doing here at Gunnison. And then please share with us an experience or a lesson learned from the field school that informs your work or projects that you're working on today. So maybe we'll start, for this one, we'll start at the end with Kelly and kind of work our way here, and then we'll do popcorn style for the rest.
Sure, thanks, Melanie. My name is Kelly Wood. I was in the Master of Environmental Management program, graduating 2 years ago. And now I work as an outdoor recreation planner here in Gunnison for the Bureau of Land Management. Before that, I spent 6 years with the National Park Service, working mostly in education and interpretation. And as Melanie mentioned, in addition to going on the 2020 field trip to the Bears Ears area, I had the opportunity to work with young men from Zuni Pueblo through the Ancestral Lands Conservation Corps on a curriculum for them to earn credit for the work that they were doing in Bears Ears. I learned a lot through taking the class here at Western in the graduate school and through my experience with the Ancestral Lands Conservation Corps. And one of the biggest takeaways, and something I think about regularly in my work, is I learned a lot from those Zuni young men about their relationship to place and how they related to the landscape in ways that I would have no idea about from my background. I had so much to learn from them and realized that I had things to share as well through the course that we designed. And Regina and I worked together to help these young men in the Conservation Corps understand how they can participate in public processes in the planning that agencies are doing. So my biggest lesson from the field school, something I still think about, is that I have so much to learn, but I also have things to share. And I think finding a balance of those two is important in everything that we do.
My name is Lizzie MacArthur Bauer, and currently I'm holding a few different positions. I'm working with Melanie at the Center for Public Lands as a program coordinator, helping a new cohort of students that's funded through the National Science Foundation that will be receiving 2 master's degrees in 3 years in the MS Ecology and Master of Environmental Management program. I was in the same cohort as I think everyone here, or except for Addie there, but through the Master of Environmental Management. I'm also a community organizer for the Gunnison Public Lands Initiative, which is developing a wilderness and special management proposal for Gunnison County. And currently still working with our sister city partners in Majapahit, India, developing an ecotherapy curriculum for students and teachers, primary and middle school education, mostly to use ecotherapy approaches to inform or support personal resilience for teachers and students. I think there are so many lessons that I learned from Bears Ears that I really try to take home and incorporate in my work. One thing that I have been really grateful to be a part of, and especially through my personal relationship with Regina, that with the Gunnison Public Lands Initiative, I was able to help inform all of the stakeholders in that group about the importance of personal relationship building with tribal people. Oftentimes we think about consultation as sending a form letter out, and typically that's not really enough to get the people that we want at the table to be engaged. And so realizing the importance of building personal relationships, picking up the phone, making phone calls, really inviting people to the table in a personal way. And I've been, the Ute Mountain Ute tribe is now collaborating with the Gunnison Public Lands Initiative to potentially incorporate some land trusts into the proposal. So that was, I think, just a really exciting process to be a part of. I also think that a main lesson that I learned was just the importance of cultural humility and empathetic listening. And I've been studying a lot about nonviolent communication skills since my experiences at Barriers. Just thinking about the different ways that people communicate and what type of emotional labor that is for in that collaborative process of sharing. And another big lesson, I think, is just about, and I think this could apply to almost any kind of environmental project, but just being able to navigate uncertainty. So through the collaborative co-management mandate for Bears Ears, there was from both sides of the table and multiple different stakeholders engaged in this process. What I heard over and over again was, we don't know how to do this, right? But we want to be open to sharing and navigating uncertainties together and collaboratively. And so I think that that was really something that I've been really trying to navigate and incorporate in a lot of the work that I do. Thanks.
Hey, my name is Peter Simic. I'm a habitat restoration and cheatgrass coordinator in Gunnison County. That involves kind of coordinating habitat restoration and cheatgrass treatments with federal agencies, state agencies, private organizations, private landowners, all across the Gunnison Basin. And thinking back on one experience or lesson from Bears Ears field trip that was really impactful. We were visiting this place called House on Fire, this old greenery, and it's a very popular area. So a lot of people there. We came up on this area and there was, kids crawling up into the dwellings. There was young women in yoga pants taking selfies in front of it. And it was really interesting to hear Regina's perspective of this area, given that context of how people were treating and using this area. And one analogy Regina gave was, you want to go into someone's grandma's house and go crawl on their kitchen table. And that was really impactful for me. And I think I've always had reverence for these areas, these really old ancient areas, some areas you can actually see fingerprints on the sides of these walls, just amazing. But I think I always kind of saw them through the scope of antiquity until this moment. And wow, these places are actually still alive. These places are still home to many people. And I think I've really carried that to my work today with doing habitat restoration, trying to see past just taking an area and trying to revert it to what it looked like in 1870, but really thinking about the soil, the plants, the animals, and the people and the culture, and thinking about habitat restoration as a way to heal the ecosystem, but also a way to heal culture and to heal people as well. So I think a lot of my work, how I see it, is becoming a naturalized ecological citizen myself, and also finding what connects people to their place and trying to inspire them to become naturalized ecological citizens as well. And maybe moving away from living as visitors to living as their local ecology is home, calling that home.
Thanks, Pete. Hey, everybody, my name is Annie Beal. I am so grateful for the experience that I had to learn for a semester about Bears Ears and then visited
as a group and be together. And currently in Gunnison and in my initiatives in the end of grad school and since grad school have been around housing and community ownership of land and housing. And I have always tried to relate this back to co-management and what I'm learning from these different public land designations and the different designations of the monument. And my work in housing is so that specifically it's regarding mobile home communities. And I'll also say manufactured housing communities. And right now they're seen as land, old land that is available. People who are low income live there, but that can be scraped and disposed of and we can build on it. And that's really terrifying. And there's a huge industry out there to come in and get this land, turn it over and redevelop it. And that's called private real estate, speculative real estate. And so here in Gunnison County, we have 16 mobile home parks. 1 in 12 homes is a mobile home. And that's a lot of folks living in these homes. And I was just so impacted to see, wow, folks live here, but they don't own the land under their home. And that's pretty dangerous. When you own your home, you have such reverence and pride that you own your home, but the land under it is up for sale. Or it could be up for sale, or it could be up for raising the rents. And just really abusive management. And so there's an initiative and a movement out there regarding resident ownership. And I think you'll see my title right now that I get to work in is resident owned community specialist. So, but really in Gunnison, a park went for sale 2 years ago, Country Meadows. And folks there knew I knew a little something about mobile home parks, and I went and met with them, and we formed an organization, a nonprofit. And really it's the nonprofit of those residents, and I volunteer for them and do paperwork for them. But they're pursuing what could it be like for them to own the land as a community and make decisions about the community. So that way they're not at the whims of someone not taking care of their water, not taking care of their roads, not taking care of the trees. And so I really started to utilize the concepts of community ownership and collaborative management to support groups of people to organize as a coalition and to make management decisions of their own home. And of course, this is a very big task. So I'll relate this quickly to an experience at Bears Ears. So when we were in our field school, we weren't in field school yet, but we were pre-field school. We went and talked to the county commissioners of Blanding, Utah, and that was nerve-wracking. And the commissioners over there are very Republican and Mormon, and have fought the Intertribal Coalition probably every step of the way, and not just fought, but really bullied, harassed, been incredibly abusive to the tribes that have worked to create their designation. And so in our class, we went to go face these people and talk to them, and I was really nervous. And so we got through the conversation, and Regina was with us, and I was so nervous, and she was like, I've been bullied by these men before. I'm going to just stay strong, and we're going to have this conversation anyway, because it's important to see that we've had to engage with these adversaries and continue to be neighbors with them and still have to work forward. So that was a really important lesson for me to see that you still need to work on your mission while facing really big abusive adversaries. And when you're coming together as a group, you have more power behind you, I think, and hope. And you can design your own map to eventually win that monument designation. And so I I'm inspired by that, and I bring that into my work, that we're facing these big interests, and we can work together to see what we can do about it. Hi, I'm Addie Mandeville. I'm a second year MEM student, so I haven't graduated yet. But I'm a stewardship fellow for High Country Conservation Advocates, which is an environmental organization in Crestview, and we work to protect the health and beauty of public lands around Gunnison County. My background is actually, I did archaeology for 5 years. And part of the reason that I joined the MEM was because of the co-management field school class. While my time working in archaeology, I became more and more uncomfortable with working with Indigenous tribes and going on to really sacred areas of land and not really knowing the context of the people who were connected to it. So this class was a really great opportunity to kind of shift what I was doing. I did work in Bears Ears before in archaeology and absolutely fell in love with that landscape and just the rich culture and history behind it. And one thing that I really have learned from the field school and even from the talk last night really solidified it was the restoring of land and kind of changing the stories that we tell about where we live and who's connected to place. And yeah, for wow, I just totally lost what I was gonna say. But as an environmental activist, I kind of see the environmental movement and a lot of the shortfalls because a lot of the time the movement has overlooked environmental justice and equitable places for all public lands have been completely contentious because they haven't been equitable for everyone throughout time. So I really see the field school and what I've learned working with Indigenous communities as kind of solidifying that, like, as a student and as a person getting into an environmental career, it needs to be really looked at, see everyone's story behind their connection to place and see how we can move forward being involved in an environmental movement that with what's going on in the world, we can't move forward without being equal for everyone. So yeah, I think
Thank you all very much for sharing personal experiences and doing the hard work to make the connections from, oh, I learned this in a class to here I am doing this so-called real world job and thinking about those connections a little more overtly and sharing them with us. I want to extend the question just a little bit more as we start out to invite you to share any other examples of how you are seeing people and groups of people utilize principles of collaborative management in the Gunnison Valley in your work here and in other examples. So if a few of you would like to share on that topic. Jump in, bro. Try to click on this. Other ways that I see collaborative management coming into my work with housing is having these communities, if they purchase the land as a co-op, and that's now kind of the work I'm doing where communities can purchase land, own and operate together, they have to figure out how to operate. And imagine kind of being with your neighbors, your neighbors are just your neighbors, and then all of a sudden you're business owners together and you have to make decisions together. And they have totally different backgrounds, and you have to figure out how to work together. And I think some of the stories I've heard, or what I've learned from co-management is the huge amount of time it takes to build trusting relationships with each other. to have a cooperative spirit, even though you don't have the map to the final destination. You don't know what that is, so you have to figure it out as you go, but you're using principles of relationship, of making policies that work for your specific context, and really just taking it step by step in what could be a 10, 30, or 100-year process. You see that your effort there is the beginning of a longer term protection for your community. So that's what I'm kind of seeing right now being utilized in the resident ownership models out there.
Well, I might offer a little bit more of a cynical perspective, if that's all right. Yeah, so my job, like I said, it involves a lot of collaboration amongst federal agencies. And even amongst federal agencies that are under one government, there's all types of problem and controversy and conflict. You know, cheatgrass doesn't follow ownership borders. It can go from Forest Service to BLM, state land, to private land. So a lot of these treatment plans need to be collaborative amongst a lot of different stakeholders. And it can be really tricky, even among federal agencies. They have different requirements, they have different methods for monitoring, et cetera. So I found even collaboration amongst federal agencies, there's a really huge need for communication, effective communication, and listening. Really, really important. It's really important to get everyone in the same room to devise a treatment plan, have everyone talk, create a common goal together, create a treatment plan together, and yeah, create those opportunities for communication. I've heard a lot of stories with the federal agencies here of a lot of broken trust with the Ute tribes in the Gunnison Basin, even recently. Not to mention the history, you know, treaty after treaty being broken with the federal government and the tribes, you know, losing Colorado in a matter of decades. And that happened very recently as well, just a few generations ago. So I think a lot of those wounds are still very much open. So I think for really effective collaboration and partnerships that happen in the Gunnison Basin, there really needs to be some healing, and there needs to be people in those positions of power in these agencies that are really committed to this healing, really committed to bringing to this land back movement and bringing Indigenous people to the table and giving them a voice and a loud voice as well. So. Yeah.
Thanks, Pete. So one thing I've been really encouraged by is the work that I've been doing with the Gunnison Public Lands Initiative, and the way that I saw that organization, those groups of stakeholders really becoming interested in what it means to actually build relationships with tribal communities. Typically, what we see historically, as sort of Pete described, with either land bills or land management planning in any way, is that Indigenous consultation ends up being sort of a box that the agency needs to check. And what will happen is this whole large legal document will be sort of solidified and then brought to a tribe to review, right? After it's already gone through like a legal process and has been formalized. But with the Gunnison Public Lands Initiative, they really wanted to embrace the importance of what collaboration means in the community and ensure that the Ute Mountain Ute tribe had a speaking voice in the development of the proposal before it really went to the senator's office. And so over the past, I think 2, maybe almost 3 years now, the organization has been collaborating with the Ute Mountain Ute tribe and really wanted to make sure that they were a part of the conversation, from the ground floor up. And it's been really encouraging just to build those personal relationships and make sure that, I'm contributing to that process of facilitating conversations moving forward about, again, equity and, making sure that people who need to be at the table are there, with a speaking voice. So thanks.
Thanks, Lizzie. I have two examples that sort of come to mind as I'm thinking about people using principles of collaborative management through my role here with the BLM. The first is we are in sort of very preliminary conversations about developing a plan to improve interpretation out at Hartman Rocks recreation area, building more waysides, telling stories of the place. And as Lizzie said, rather than sort of me sitting down with my head in the sand and putting together a draft, we've been having conversations about who should be in the room, who should be at the table, as we start from the very beginning of what interpretive themes to talk about, what we want people to care about when they visit Hartman Rocks, what we want them to learn, and thinking about who needs to be involved in that conversation. And like Annie said, there's a process for this in the government, right? There's a flow chart for everything, sort of step by step, and kind of putting that to the side and letting the process progress in a way that's more organic and responsive to the people that we're working with. Is one way that we've talked about adding in collaborative management into the thinking of developing this interpretive plan. And the second example I'll share is a small one, but it's really stuck with me. Is our archaeologist in my office has talked about the importance of having food at meetings. We talked about relationships as a big takeaway. Well, the BLM can't buy food for meetings with federal dollars. So starting with something as simple as that and thinking about ways that we can change the way the government operates ever so slightly to create meetings where people are well fed and build a foundation for relationships. Because I know that connecting over food is important. So thank you.
Thank you all. In talking about who you're sending to the table, whether literal or metaphorical, I think a big takeaway for me from our many conversations is the continual reminder that when it comes to having a negotiation or having a conversation with tribes, to recognize that they're sovereign nations and that they're sending their president, they're sending their leader to the table. And as wonderful as Kelly Wood is, we probably should not send Kelly Wood to have that conversation, like bringing it up to the level of a director of the BLM, like sending the head of state to have these level of conversations was a big takeaway for me, and a couple of your comments reminded me of that. I'm gonna scroll through our next two questions in the interest of time and give you all a chance to chime in on both of these. Making it a little more personal, right? What have been your experiences when you've attempted to put this into practice in your work life and your other projects and endeavors? What has that felt like, or how's that experience been to you? And then if you want to chime in, thinking a little bit about the broader conference theme of land back. You know, how are you hearing, discussing, and practicing land back initiatives in the Gunnison Valley too? The floor is yours.
So speaking to my experiences with collaborating with tribes, one lesson that I have learned over time is just the time frame that it requires of how different tribal nations actually process and make decisions. And sometimes that is not the same as a 60-day comment period within a federal agency lens, right? What I've learned speaking with individuals is that many tribal people might need to consult ancestors or do some kind of ceremony to make a decision, and then oftentimes they want to talk with other tribal members, and it's a community-based decision-making process. And like with the Mountain Ute tribe, there's a larger structure of 3 different tribal nations within the Ute Nation. And so if you have real big decisions to make, it not only requires one tribal council to meet, but also to get all 3 of the tribes to come together at some point, which oftentimes might take a while for them to decide on a date or when it's appropriate for everyone to meet. And so really giving space to the different kind of timeframes that Indigenous people might use and process through. And then in terms of the land back topic, I feel like I haven't professionally really been a part of that lens, but I think that in most of my work, I really try to seek opportunities where we can continue engaging with tribes, making sure people are at the table. And oftentimes in any time that I do public speaking, I try to begin with a land acknowledgement. And I think that just keeping up that dialogue and continuing conversation in the community is an important step forward of honoring the different people that are here.
Thanks. So I am a stewardship fellow for ICA, so I'm not super, like I'm starting to try to expand the stewardship program, but we're just talking about tribal engagement, and Regina graciously gave her time yesterday to talk to us about how to even start that conversation. And I think one thing I learned is one huge kind of takeaway is just really to come in really prepared with what your skills are, what you can provide. And we're doing a lot of wet meadow and beaver-based wetland restoration, and we're kind of tossing around the idea if some of the tribes would want to be involved. And Regina was just like, you should come up with a portfolio of what your skills are, who you've worked with, what kind of land you worked on, just a huge, overview of what you can do, and then send it to the tribes. And if they are interested, then they can initiate a conversation. And if they're not, then just take a step back, and you don't have to do tribal engagement if the tribes don't have the capacity or the time or interest to do something. So I thought that was really helpful. And yeah, I think going into someone's space and not wasting time and just kind of being there to provide what you can contribute is really important too.
In my work with supporting resident-owned communities to operate their mobile home parks as cooperatives, the communities, the boards, they have to run everything. And I've personally in my work been kind of critical of that, of seeing, gosh, that's so much responsibility, as much coaching as I could do. It's really, hey, you do it all. And I think now I've tried to say, okay, how can we get resources for people to work for them? Because communities they're volunteering to operate their community, and they have their lives, families, jobs. And so I kind of always thought of this in the Bears Ears monument management matrix of, okay, the tribes are managing, and how can the BLM and Forest Service work for them? And in this case, with mobile home parks, trying to see what kind of government entities could support a staff person or nonprofits to support a staff to back up these communities and support them kind of like an ecosystem, because we can have a resident-owned community, but that's so much work and so hard. And how can the rest of the network really put in labor to support them? And then a little inkling on land back in this situation of resident-owned communities. I'm not hearing it being framed like the land back to tribes in the work that I'm doing. And however, I am curious because we have a resident-owned community in Durango. We have a lot of different demographics living in these mobile home parks. And here in Gunnison, we have a lot of immigrant community members living in them and Indigenous Cora people. And I've heard from some board members, they say, hey, if we got to be a cooperative and put in this protection, that would be so amazing because I would have a safety network over being here. And I would no longer be so vulnerable as an individual, and I would have a cooperative protection to be like, I can live here and I can stay. And so I'm personally motivated by that to use cooperative protections to protect immigrants and people who are wanting to stay protected here in Colorado.
Yeah, I guess I just want to highlight again the importance of communication and listening, and humility as well. And that part is really important, is being humble. I think you're going to make a lot of mistakes entering this type of work. I know I've made mistakes and apologize and learn from it and seek how to grow and how to communicate effectively. I think whenever in doubt, it's really important to ask and communicate. Heard a lot of stories of people thinking something's really innocuous and it's unimportant, like people coring peel-scarred trees and publishing that data, and then realizing that they made a really big mistake and pissed a lot of people off, and then burned a bridge, ruined a relationship that is really important for a lot of future research. So I think, yeah, it's really important to kind of know your intention when you're entering these kind of conversations. I think that you're not just a white guy that's trying to get something from those people, which it can seem that way for a lot of different circumstances, because it's been that way for a lot of different circumstances. So yeah, I think communication, listening, and humility is really important when having expectations.
I agree entirely. Listening first, recognizing that we don't know everything. We have so much to learn. It's incredibly important. A quick anecdote that I'll share is from a summer that I worked with the National Park Service in Alaska at Glacier Bay National Park, where the Indigenous people, the Hoona Tlingit, were pushed out within the last 100 to 150 years. And 5 or 6 years ago, the National Park Service and the Tlingit together built a tribal house on National Park Service land. It was a beautiful, traditionally built log house, the tribal house. And it was a space where we had our training, where we learned about Glacier Bay and the homeland to the Hoona Tlingit. And to me, even though it's been now 5 years since I worked there, when I think about ancestral lands and homelands, I think about the power of people coming back to that. My coworkers who were Tlingit talked about what it meant to return to Glacier Bay, to have their homeland welcome them back, not just for ceremonies, but for day to day, a place to share their story and their connection to place. And I, throughout that summer, was really grateful for the opportunity to learn from those people. And I think that while there's still relationships to repair, certainly, and history to grapple with, an example of land back that has stayed with me as I've moved to different places around the US.
Thank you all. Join me in thanking these students for sharing. And perhaps shouldn't say students, I should perhaps say alumni. But really exciting, and I thank them for engaging in this particular way. I think sometimes these conversations can feel very out there. It can feel like something we have to go to Bears Ears in order to study, in order to understand. And while we all, I think, feel that deep connection to place and the power of that immersion in place, I think that doing the hard work to integrate what you've learned in a classroom, what you've learned in a field school, and take it to heart, and then live those principles, particularly these challenging ideas that are really transformative and so important. So I'm really grateful to them for that work. I'll add my gratitude to Western for being a place that was open to having such a conversation, for making a course on co-management available to these students. And I feel really privileged that I've had the chance to teach them and learn from them and learn from so many others who have collaborated with us on this multi-year project. In the spirit of learning, I wanted to just end with this very text-heavy, not what you should put on a PowerPoint slide. But Dr. Nelson yesterday referenced the memorandums recently that have come forward from the land management agencies and from the president regarding co-management and collaborative management. And I wanted to put this up here so if you have that interest, you can jot down those numbers, you can Google them, you can find the words that are being put out there and see that this is becoming the way of doing business in the federal government. And I think that's huge. I think it's really important to recognize that and to note from the secretaries of the Department of Interior and Department of Agriculture, tribal collaboration must be implemented as components of or in addition to federal land management priorities and timber, energy, watersheds, wildlife, other values. The departments will benefit by incorporating tribal expertise and Indigenous knowledge into federal land and resources management. The BLM, their directive, they will identify opportunities for co-stewardship. The bottom one is a little bit cut off so that the NPS, the National Park Service, will do the same. So if you think you don't have to learn about co-management if you're going into the land management field, think again, because this is becoming the way of doing business. And I'm so grateful that our students are having the opportunity to learn that and be prepared for that through their course of study here at Western. So thank you all very much.
And we have to offer an extra thanks to Dr. Armstrong. Dr. Armstrong is going to University of Wyoming starting in January, leaving the Western community, but not really. He'll still be a collaborative colleague of ours. And I just want to offer my thanks as your friend and your colleague. Dr. Armstrong built the Center for Public Lands from scratch. When we hired her, we said, could you build a center, please? And by the way, there's no resource to do it. And in less than a decade, she found millions in grant funding, built a community of students, a community of collaboration and relationship with tribal communities, with public lands agencies. Of course, curriculum, we now have a bachelor's in public land management as well as a master's, and a really robust center. It's true legacy. When you talk about academic impact, not just being a brilliant teacher, not just publishing the incredible books you've published, Melanie, but in creating a new institution within Western that will self-replicate this kind of action. It's a rare example of an academic creating legacy. I'm so grateful to you. Let's thank you, Melanie. Yeah, let's keep clapping, make it loud. One of the things I've not seen since George Sibley is that when someone retires, it takes like 3 searches to replace that. So we're doing a tenure track public land search for her teaching position, and then a whole other full-time director of the Center for Public Lands search, and then an associate director search, just to replace one incredible human being. He's sitting here thinking like, why didn't you just give me 3 people when I was here? Right? So it's kind of a compliment. Let's take this panel again. And the MSE students do. Just one other kind of special bit of recognition. We have some really special guests here in addition to our headwater speakers. If we could get the Resilience Studies Consortium website up. Western's part of Resilience Studies Consortium. Okay, there are 10 campuses like us. Small, liberal arts, light on our feet, you show the map, light on our feet, close student faculty relationships, a personalized education, and a campus that believes the best teachers are in the community. And the best classrooms are out on the land and in the neighborhoods that surround us. And so these 10 campuses, from Epperspalde in Germany to Paul Smith College in Adirondack Park, right, to Tuskegee University in Alabama, to Paul Quinn College in Dallas, Kansas Wesleyan, on the Prairie, Roosevelt University in Chicago, Black Hills State, Western, Northern New Mexico, Tacoma, Evergreen College, Tacoma. The whole idea here is to create multi-place, place-based education. So the kind of work you all are doing to not just get a sense of place, but a sense of democratic participation in place, using the incredible learning laboratories of Western. We want that to be not just about one place, but for all of you at Western, with your kind of action-driven learning passion, to connect with students doing the same thing with professors like Melanie trying to do it in place, right? And so please stand up. These are visitors from Roosevelt University, Paul Smith College, College, Western. Yes, welcome. This is the first time each campus selects one student steward, one faculty steward. The faculty stewards tend to have retreats in the summer. This is the first time the student stewards have gathered, and their mission this week was to present a vision of what would it look like to have an international coalition like this run by students. And they come up with some really cool ideas that all of you at Western can participate in, right? If you want to think more about urban issues, there's Roosevelt, there's Tacoma, there's Dallas, right? You want to think more about, you know, cross-regional food issues, right? Paul Quinn College in Texas turned their football field into a community garden. What can we learn from them as we try to grow food at 8,000 feet, right? So welcome as you see them milling about. Please introduce yourself. Welcome them to the Western community. Now we take a bit of a break to enjoy Fall Forum. Dr. Kate Clark in the back corner there, Wade, is our undergraduate director of environment and sustainability. And so she'll have some cool presentations, cultural events for the Clark School. But right now, you can go find yourself some food, visit the posters. Students will be at the posters, ready to answer your questions, hang out with Marten, learn about his artwork, right? But at the end of the day, this session is about understanding what our students are doing for the land in land back. Okay, so enjoy yourself. Dr. Clark.